just sharing my live stream for everybody on Facebook. Let me go to it. How do it's not letting me share? Saying upcoming. On here. Let me refresh it. Live. There we go. Now I can share. Copy link. Go to Facebook. Me. Comment. Live stream. YouTube link. Paste. And then add it to the fundraising page. Do I need to log in? I think I'm gonna need to log in. Copy. Paste. Go. There we go. Here's update live stream YouTube link. Then copy. Paste. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we are on Breaking Point on chapter 12. Okay, I thought I was chapter 10, but it's chapter 12. Alright, so British Grand Prix post-race, chapter 12. Callie manages to get the best of Aiden at Silverstone, but Connorsport continues to look like a team divided. Before I advance, just want to say I am streaming for the mental health charity Mind, aiming at 21 hours. I'll probably stream for a bit more because I take little breaks in between. And when I take my first break, I'm going to go on my laptop and post the fundraising page into the description below this video. Any money that you can donate would be greatly appreciated, even if it's just £1. If you can't donate, then please share the page across all your socials, all that stuff. I'm really crap at selling and bigging myself up to try and do it, so if anybody else can help, that would be greatly appreciated. Okie dokie. Drink first, and then advance. I am at 7 on the performance and reputation, which is a lot higher than I was when I did it my first time around. Alrighty. Scroll through the news. Oh, somebody's calling me.
Hey, Mum.
Callie,
You saw the interview?
would you like some loving parental advice?
Not really.
Yeah. All this stuff about your father, I mean, you do know there's an element of truth to what they're saying. Like it or not, you've got to acknowledge it.
I don't have to acknowledge anything.
You can't make it go away by
Exactly.
ignoring it, Cal. People will say all manner of nonsense if you don't accept it. She's privileged, they'll say. She's out of touch.
I don't care what they say about me.
Of course you do. You're only
Ditto.
human.
I'm just here to drive.
If only it were that simple, darling.
Yeah. Look, I've got stuff to do, okay?
Think about it anyway. Lots of love.
Alright, there we go. Alright, next chapter. Let's go.
I did not like Aiden. Not at all.
Why not?
I thought he was immature about what happened in Baku. Like he never really got over it. He was aggressive on track, and the paddock talks. He just wasn't happy at Connorsport. Thought he was too good for the team. He just had a bit of an attitude problem.
It's already complicated. And I've told you they don't need to know.
Well, it's your call, of course. But the dishonesty makes me uncomfortable.
We'll talk about it later. Yes?
Let's make this quick.
Or maybe we could give Casper a bit of our time.
This wasn't scheduled.
What, are you too busy for us now?
Just tell them, Casper.
Andreo, please.
Can we get started?
Yeah, Aiden's got a meeting at Mercedes he needs to get to.
Enough! Enough! Okay? This is what we have to talk about. It has to stop. Understand? If we can't pull together now...
If we can't pull together, we are finished.
Wait, what does that mean?
Andreo,
It means that if we don't finish 5th or higher, Butler Global will pull funding. And I don't think we'll find an investor to replace him. Not now.
Wait, what? Casper?
yeah, it's true.
Well, then we're finished. Andrea?
We're finished.
So yeah, Dad brought me onto the team and then immediately threatened to shut it down.
Why would he do that?
It's kind of his thing.
Oh, I just got a notification. F124 is out now on my phone. But I bet you it's a lot of money. Ugh. 70 quid. I can subscribe to get a 5-hour game trial. Yeah, okay, I'll wait until I get paid. Alright, Austrian Grand Prix 1 week later. Chapter 13. With rain forecast at the Austrian Grand Prix, Connorsport are hoping that the gamble of an early pit stop for Callie pays off. Alrighty.
Okay, Callie, I'm sure you've got questions, but we think we know what we're doing here. We've got information that says more rain's coming, and so, because we're the first ones to come and make this change, we can turn it into an advantage. So on your out lap, let's make it all count.
Copy that.
Alrighty. Beat Alpha and something else. There we go. Teammate is in the pit.
Aiden's in the pits. Aiden in the pits.
So, what was the last part we were talking about yesterday? I believe it was about the amount of alcohol I was drinking, and that I had asked for an appointment.
Okay, the stewards have now disabled DRS. DRS is now disabled.
Yeah, so talking about how much I was drinking at 19 with an antidepressant and all that, but I was drinking really a lot, and I was apparently on like MSN Video really drunk a few times, and I apparently tried to hang myself whilst on live video with a friend. And I was so drunk, I did not remember it at all. At all. Because I couldn't figure out why the next day she wasn't talking to me or anything like that. But yeah, we started drinking. I put on antidepressants. I believe I would put on Paxil. And I had a bad reaction to the Paxil. I was getting like electric shock feelings in my arms. I believe that was when I was put on Paxil. Maybe not, I don't remember. Oh, let me go into the pit. Oops, scooting across. And then one morning, I believe it was the weekend, I woke up about 10 o'clock and decided to just start drinking.
Up to speed now, let's get some heat into those tyres.
Yeah, so started drinking 10 o'clock in the morning. I was drunk on MSN by 11 a.m. and my sister came onto MSN. She wasn't living with us. I think she was at a women's shelter now. And she had come on to MSN, and I had apparently said to her, you know you're drunk when you try to dip your crackers
Nice move, good job.
into your vodka. And she was all, what are you doing? It's like not even noon, it's 11 o'clock, why are you drinking? And you're on antidepressants, you shouldn't be drinking on antidepressants. And I really didn't give two craps. And then she had called my parents, and told them she was worried about my drinking. And they had come down. This was
Gap to
March.
your teammate ahead is 12.0 seconds.
This was now March 2004. And they had come down to my room, and my mom was talking to me about
And
how
gap to the car in front is 1.5 seconds.
how worried she was about my drinking. And I was putting all the empty bottles in the trunk of my car, and I think it was about a few weeks earlier than that, because obviously I didn't want them to know how much I was drinking. I think it was a few weeks before that. I think I picked the kids that I was babysitting at the time. I believe I picked one of them up from ballet or something, and I had her ballet uniform in the back of my car, and the mom had come by and asked if she could grab it because she had ballet that day, and she totally forgot to ask for it, and I forgot to give it back.
Okay, you're in the top 10.
And they both saw all the empty bottles. Like, my trunk was absolutely full of empty bottles of alcohol, and they both saw it. My father mentioned something about it, and I just like fobbed it off. That was a long one. I just fobbed it off, going, oh, it's fun, like when I go to the parties, whatever. I'm planning, because I thought you could, like, I don't even think if I even tried it, apparently you can get, like, money back if you give in your empty bottles. That's what I said I was doing. And, yeah, so my father had come down with my mom whilst my mom was talking to me on my bed whilst I was absolutely drunk. My father went...
Okay, that puts you in 5th, P5.
My father went and grabbed all the alcohol that I kept in my computer desk.
Okay, so we're leading our teammate by 4.1 seconds.
That I literally had just bought the night before. he just took them all. I thought he threw them away, but I found out years later after he left, when my sister's then fiance, who's the father of my niece and
Tyre
nephew.
situation's an interesting one, but I think the right call is to stick with what we've got for now.
Yes, sir. He managed to find. He was going through the garage, looking for some tools or something, and he had found the alcohol that my father had taken that day. And oh my God, it was, we drank it, and oh my God, it was the strongest alcohol I had ever tasted. Oh, it got the sister's ex-fiance really, really drunk. He like passed out within an hour, and he didn't drink that much either. But yeah, so he took all the alcohol, and then he also took the weed that I had in my car, in like the glove compartment at the front of the in my car that I had. He'd taken that too. I don't know what he did with it. Probably sold it, knowing him, to get money. But yeah, took all that, and they were expecting me to go cold turkey from the amount that I was drinking. Oh my God, it was very hard. But then the next day, the friend...
Okay, that's us with 5 laps of fuel remaining. 5 laps of fuel left.
The friend that I was talking about yesterday, who was with me when the car died, gave me my first legal drink of alcohol, went out to the pub together, had a drink and all that stuff. She invited me out to, with a friend, invited me out to go for a few drinks and whatnot, and it was at the pub around the corner from me. Well, they're not called pubs back in Canada, they're called bars, but it was at the bar around the corner from me.
Enabled DRS. DRS is now online.
But me, being me, really depressed and not giving a shit, I drove, knowing I was going to drink. I had a few drinks. I think I only had 2 because I was drinking, or because I was driving, but I only had 2. And she said, do you want to go to his place? He had some really good weed. And I said, yeah, all right. So, we had gone to her friend's place, which I think was in Thorold, I'm not sure. And we had gone out and hotboxed my car, which was around the corner from his, and then drove back, because I think he lived with his mom, and his mom didn't...
Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
Didn't want anybody smoking weed in the house, which is... They have the right, the parents have the right to say no. So if you want to do it, go elsewhere. So that's what we did, and we hotboxed our car. Or my car, I should say. And yes, I was really stoned, so I drove very, very slowly back to his place. And I waited, I think, about 2 or 3 hours before I decided I was okay enough to drive. So driving home, and we turned the corner, and there's a cop car in front of us. Before this, I have to say that in the January of that year, January 2024, my brother wanted to go down to Virginia to go visit his girlfriend who was at university in Virginia. My father couldn't do it, so I said, well, I'm not doing anything.
Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
So I'll go down with you. I'll drive you down. He didn't want me to, but my mom said it's either Sharna or you don't go, because I'm not driving all the way down there. I can't drive at night. And he was like, "Ooh, Floyd, whatever." And my mom said that because my brother was going to pay for my father's food, petrol, hotel stay, all of that stuff. He was going to pay everything for him. So my brother's like, "Fine, whatever." So we're driving down to Virginia, and we're literally half a mile away from an accident, really bad accident. So we're basically stuck. So he's in a mood because we're going to be late, and I had stopped to call. We had stopped, I think, to get some more gas. I'm not sure. To let my mom know that it doesn't look like we're gonna get to Virginia anytime soon, and we're gonna be late. Yay!
Congratulations, Callie. You keep going like that, you might just prove me wrong yet. Callie?
Well, we said at the time that it might have been too soon, but in hindsight, Connosport really did make the right call. Mayer made the pit stop, changed to wet tyres ahead of everybody else. And that was a real turning point in the race.
Yeah, you've got to get these decisions right, and not everyone did today. It's great to see Connosport taking their chances like that. Wonderful race by Mayer.
If they want to improve on last season, they've got to try and do something different. Well, they did that today. They timed it well. And Mayer, well, she continues to impress.
First.
Well, I'm thoroughly exhausted after the excitement of that race, but I'm sure it's nothing compared to our drivers here. They've worked hard to make it up there, and it's great to see them make their way onto the podium now.
Austrian Grand Prix post-race, Chapter 13. Fortune favors the bold. The early tire change allows Callie to get the jump on her competitors in the midfield and secure a solid finish for Connosport at the Red Bull Ring. And
Callie, great race.
What do you mean, prove you wrong?
I was just trying to congratulate you, that's all.
Prove you wrong about what exactly?
I didn't mean anything by it. I was just saying well done.
By reminding me how little you actually believe in me?
Callie?
sounds like my father.
You are a piece of work.
But it was a great race.
You said you'd keep him away from me.
I'll talk to him.
How is he getting involved on comms?
Well, he didn't ask, he just did it.
Yeah, he'll do whatever he wants until someone stops him.
I said I'll talk to him. That was a great result out there today. Let's forget about your father, okay?
Yeah. Good. Looks like he's found someone else to talk to anyway.
Alright, and somebody's gonna call soon. So there we go. And it's Casper.
Casper.
Hey, look, I've put measures in place to clamp down on who can access team radio from now on.
Thanks, I guess.
Turns out your father talked Mark into it. Said something like, "You're not going to keep me off team radio on my own team."
Yeah, well, Mark can be a bit of a pushover at times.
Yeah. But listen, you'll need to learn to tolerate your father. He's going to be at this press thing later, you know.
Yeah? Well, whatever happened to you, I'll do everything in my power to keep him away from you.
Running a team means making compromises.
But this was your call, right? You decided this?
I have a lot of people I'm trying to keep happy here.
And some are more important than others, it seems.
I'm really trying here, Callie. Look, I have to go. Let's talk later.
Press call. Oh, that's Evelyn now.
Mum.
Callie, I just got your text. Prove him wrong? He's got a nerve.
He really gets to me, Mum. I know I shouldn't let him, but I can't bear it.
Him and his little games. Call him out on it, Callie. Say something.
I did. I spoke to him.
And?
He said he didn't mean anything by it. He said I did well today.
Unbelievable.
What else do you expect? An apology? I don't know what to do.
You keep driving, Callie. That's all you can do right now. The rest is just fluff.
If only it were that simple.
Oh, fair point. Don't envy you, darling. Not one bit. I'll leave you be.
Bye, Mum.
Alrighty, next chapter. Italian Grand Prix, 1 month later. Chapter 14. As the grid heads to Monza, fractures within the team continue to plague Connor Sport.
Hey, boss, got a couple of minutes?
Trouble in the garage. We're getting reports of a bit of confrontation down in the garage, which we thought you should know about. Callie overheard a mechanic bad-mouthing her, and she called him out on it. The mechanic called her privileged and out of touch. Said she won't make it in F1 because she doesn't understand how punishing it can be. How do you want to handle it? Sounds to me like Callie already took care of it. She's used to this kind of thing. She can handle herself. Or discipline. This doesn't happen under my watch. We are a team and we need to act like one. Arrange a meeting with the mechanic. I want to give them an official warning. Well, Callie did handle it, so I'll do that. Do nothing. The Connor Sport feature article is out, and while favorable to the team overall, the journalist did pick up on the unavoidable and obvious tension between Callie and Davidoff. Questions in the press and on social media are beginning to circulate that there's an irreparable father-daughter rift at the heart of Connor Sport. Right, advance. All that up, team interview down already. News. You know what to do. Oh, calls Andrea.
Hey.
Guess who's on his way in?
What, Davidoff?
He just called the office. Arrange him a lunch, he says. He treats the office staff like his personal assistants.
He shouldn't be a drain on our resources. Look, I'll talk to him.
Can you let the garage staff know he'll be wandering around down there? And make sure we have the usual room set up for him?
Yeah, no problem.
Roll out the red carpet. Davidoff's in town. Last I heard he was joining us in Singapore, but today he just shows up.
Don't let him get to you like this. We'll handle him.
Remind me why I went into business with him?
At least you have an F1 team.
For now.
Look, he wants us to succeed.
Doesn't always feel like it, Cass. I'll see you in the meeting.
Yeah.
The final, sorry to say, it's been a disaster for us. They picked up on the issues between Callie and Davidoff, and that was their angle for pretty much the whole piece. No need to read it, but I thought you should know. I've contacted Callie to ask if she's happy to play it down when the media pick her up on it. Right, okay. Go to race. Oh, not yet, okay.
Could you take a look at this, please?
Andrea ambushed. Andrea was cornered by a reporter when heading out of the team hotel early this morning, asking if he regretted getting into Formula One. We know Andrea to be a passionate man. This, coupled with the already tense situation, may have made his response come across a little fiery. This might require some damage control. How would you like to handle it? Support option, we wouldn't be here now if it wasn't for Andrea's commitment and passion. He exemplifies what we stand for as a team. Put a statement out to that effect supporting Andreo. Apologize option. Andreo's passion can get the best of him at times. Apologize to the reporter privately and try to downplay the matter. Let's get this off people's radars. And the do nothing option. Andreo can handle this one himself. He knows how to deal with the press, and this is still his team. Let's do nothing.
Everything else looks fine. It's just about that rear wing.
I don't want to sacrifice any more downforce.
It's okay, it's your call. Now, let's check the weather again in an hour.
Oi, oi! Did you miss me?
Oh, it's Prickface.
Hello, sis.
Hi, bro.
Jackson.
Devon.
How are you, Devon?
I am excited. Very excited to be involved again. Now, you pretend I'm not here, you carry on, please.
Involved? How?
Oh, you know, just a little bit of this, a little bit of...
Involved? How?
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Huh. And what does Andreo say to that?
He'll agree, Casper. It's fine.
Were they pleased to see you?
People are always pleased to see me.
And what was your new role?
Ego.
I guess you might call me a liaison. Yeah, I love to liaise. Dad wanted me to talk to people, keep people's spirits up, give some friendly words of advice, that kind of thing. But, it was tough. Yeah, Aiden still had that ego. Still thought he was too good for the team. Wouldn't listen to Casper's advice, that was a problem. And then Andreo, he was worried about the future of the team. He had Dad breathing down his neck. And Callie, well, let's just say Callie wasn't really looking for my advice. The whole thing was a mess. I mean, honestly, I'd only been gone 5 minutes.
Right, okay. Italian Grand Prix mid-race, chapter 14. With her brother's return certain to ruffle feathers at the already on sport, Callie focuses on the race and the continuing battle with her teammate Aiden Jackson. Alrighty, ready to go. Mid-race, what's my goal?
The two Connor Sport teammates not exactly doing each other any favours this afternoon. For me, they're a little bit too close for comfort.
What is Aiden playing at? Tell him to back off.
Okay, Callie, he knows.
Clearly he doesn't know.
Yeah, same old stuff. Jackson really wants to make a move out there, but Maya, no chance. Not letting him past.
Towards the Curva Grande we go. He's going for it. It's really close. It's too close. There goes Maya's front wing. Oh, Aiden Jackson, what happened there? This now seems like a running theme at Connor Sports.
Yes, this race is critical for them. When are they going to just pull themselves together?
Okay, box please, Callie. Let's get that wing replaced.
Box, box, box!
Joke. Box this lap, please. Box this lap.
Yeah, copy.
Box, box, box! Pick and replace your front wing. Where's the pit? Let me finish ahead of Jackson. Pit's here, right? Okay. There we go. Pitting. Jackson is 6. Right. Down to 10th, 11th, 12th, 13. Jesus. E6, I've got a lot
Pit
of...
strategy complete.
Right.
See these tyres through to the end
Finish
now.
ahead of Jackson. Finishing the points. Finish ahead of Jackson. Alrighty. Yeah, so we're talking about going down to Virginia, which is part of the story about when I'm driving home from hotboxing my car. So I stopped, give my mom a call, let her know that it doesn't look like we're going to be getting to Virginia anytime soon. I think we had to check in before midnight.
Great manoeuvre. You made it look so easy.
So my mom had called the hotel to let them know we were going to be late. But driving there, it was snowing. And I didn't know the area. We were driving across mountains. And my brother was getting really pissed off at me because I was staying I was staying behind a lorry because I didn't know where I was going, and he was in a lane where it was clear. Everywhere else there was snow, so I didn't want to risk wiping out. My brother was getting really pissed off, going, "You could post a roof of the truck." And I was like, "Who's driving, me or you? I'm the one driving. You may want to..." Oh, I've got a penalty.
Right, you've been pushing your luck on track
Damn
limits
it.
too much, and we've been given a 3-second penalty.
Damn it. So, yeah, so he was all, "Ugh." I'm like, if you were driving, you could pass if you want, right? But I'm driving, I'm making sure we get there safe. Then we managed to get to Virginia, to the hotel. He goes to check in, but there's nobody there. So I had nowhere to sleep. I go to drop him off at his girlfriend's, and her sister's going to the same university, but in a different dorm. We had told them that we had nowhere, that we couldn't check in, there's nobody around. And so they were like, "Well, what are you going to do?" I'm like, "I guess I'm just going to have to sleep in the car then." And my brother's like, "Yeah, she's sleeping in the car." And both the girlfriend and the girlfriend's sister was like, "You can't have her sleep in the car. It's too cold. She'll freeze to death." And I'm like, "It's fine. I've got a coat. It's fine." And it's like, "No." And the girlfriend was like, you can come sleep. If you don't mind sleeping on the floor, you can come sleep on the floor. In my room in my dorm." And my brother's like, "Really?" And she's like, "Yes, really. You can't let your sister sleep in the car when it's this cold and snowing out. No."
And that's P9, 9th place. Well done.
So my sister his girlfriend was pretty pissed with his attitude. But because I was concentrating so hard and hadn't had anything to eat,
And
I
that's
had
just
a migraine.
5 laps of fuel remaining.
I had a really bad migraine. And I actually ended up getting really nauseous with my migraine, and I asked her where the toilets were because I think I was going to throw up. And I did throw up. She had some Tylenol that I could take, so I took some Tylenol because I usually take my mom. I usually took some of my mom's T3s, which is like Cocodamol. But I didn't bring any with me. Woohoo! Fastest lap. Yeah, so I didn't bring any with me because I didn't think I was gonna get a migraine. So she gave me some Tylenol, some extra strength Tylenol, and I went to sleep on her floor. I woke up to my brother kicking me in the ribs to wake me up. "Oh, wake up, wake up!" was gonna go to the hotel. So I wake up and the girlfriend was pissed off at the way that he woke me up kicking. You don't kick your sister like that. So we go to the hotel. I check in, and he's supposed to give me money for food. I go drop him off. Doesn't give me anything for food. And when I tried to ask him about it, he was like, So I get back to the hotel. I had no money in my bank account to buy food, and he was supposed to be paying for my food. And so called my mom when I got to the hotel. Told her that he didn't give me anything for food, and and this was like Saturday morning, and we were supposed to be leaving Sunday, so it was expecting me to go without food all day. And thankfully, I had accidentally left.
Brilliant, nice move. Keep going.
I would go grocery shopping for my mom, for the family, because she's disabled and she couldn't. So she had given me her card to pay for the groceries. And thankfully, I had forgotten to give the card back to my mom before we left. So my mom's like, well, you've got my card. Go across to the Walmart across the street.
Right, we've got enough fuel for 3 more laps.
Go across to Walmart and get yourself some food for today and tomorrow. And I was like, okay. The taxes were completely wrong. Was completely weird to me down there. So I was very stingy. I just wanted to buy $20 worth of food. I was really stingy. I was adding on like 15% like we do in Ontario. I was adding on 15%. Turned out I didn't need to because it was food and there weren't taxes on food or something. Anyways, bought the food, all that stuff. And I was in the hotel room. And
that was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done.
I was in the hotel room and watching the TV, and turns out that there was supposed to be a really bad blizzard snowstorm happening the next day when we were supposed to leave, because my brother said he needed we were leaving on the Sunday so we can get back in time for his first class at Brock University where we were going. So it was like a lot of snow that was supposed to be falling. So I had called my mom and told her and said, I actually don't, because I don't know the area and I'm not in Canada, I don't want to risk getting into an accident and driving in this kind of weather. And she's like, no, I understand. We'll call my brother and let him, and just say that you would feel better if we left on the Monday, if you left on the Monday. My brother, no, we're leaving. I have to get back to the class. I have a 7:30 class at Brock. We need to leave tomorrow morning, Sunday morning.
Jackson!
There we go. First. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
So Mayer managed to pull it back in the end, but if this continues, Connor Sport are in real danger of sabotaging their own chances of a decent finish this season.
There is so much talent in that team, and yet they're their own worst enemy. The reason they're not making progress is each other. Ridiculous state of affairs.
And it's clear that Jackson continues to be the aggressor. Is it personal, Natalie?
Well, you know, it does seem that way from the outside looking in, but all I know is they just can't go on like this.
Well, what a thrilling end to an incredible Grand Prix weekend. Our top 3 finishers should be incredibly happy with what they were able to achieve out there today.
Now, once again, another eventful race out there today for Connor Sport, Callie. Is the team sabotaging its own chance of a decent finish this season?
Sabotaging its own chances of a decent finish. No comment. No, we've already shown what we're capable of. Yes, if we can't sort out these problems, we're going to struggle. No, we've already shown what we're capable of.
Absolutely not. We've already shown what we're capable of this season, and the car is feeling good out there. We're all focused on having as successful a season as we possibly can.
Everyone is talking about Devon's return to Connor Sport today, so is it good to have him back around again?
He means well, but he's not the easiest person to be around. He's still got a bit to offer the team and he's still got a lot to offer the team and the sport. Never tell him I said this, but I don't mind having him around. I'm worried he's going to be a distraction. No, I can't do that one, can I? No, okay. Let's do that one. He's still got a lot to offer the team and the sport.
I mean, doesn't matter what I think. The truth is, Devon's still got a lot to offer the sport. It's right that he's still around, and I'm pleased that Connor Sport has been able to facilitate that.
Tell us, if you can, about this rumour circulating about a rift between you and your father, Davidoff.
I've always been honest about our relationship, but I won't let it be a distraction. We're both opinionated people, and we both want what's best for Connor Sport. No, he cares about the team, and he wants me to do well. I'll say I've never been honest, but I won't let it be a distraction.
I mean, didn't the whole surname thing give it away? You don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure that one out. Look, he and I went our separate ways a while back, but motorsport's a pretty small world, and now here we are. But driving an F1 is a dream of mine, and I'm not complaining. I'll do whatever it takes.
Now, in the past, you've refused to acknowledge the role of your father in getting your current seat at Connor Sport. Why is that?
No comment. It always helps to have a contact. That's nothing shocking. That's just life. I'm here because I can drive. I stand by that. I'll do that.
What I said was I'm here because I deserve to be. I'm here because I can drive. I stand by that.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, I stopped calling my father Dad a long time ago. I call him a father, but I would much rather call him a sperm donor. Anyways, Italian Grand Prix post-race. Chapter 14. The Connor Sport teammates continue to shoot themselves in the foot, with Mayer and Jackson getting into another on-track tussle at the Italian Grand Prix. Unfortunately, Callie manages to turn it around and finish within the points, but it's clear to all that Connor Sport's problems aren't going away anytime soon. Advance. Podium pass. News. Who's going to be calling? Is it Evelyn? It is Evelyn.
Go on then. Let's have it.
That's no way to answer the phone.
Say your piece, mother dearest.
Fine, if you want to be like that. I did say you need to be careful what you tell the media about your father, didn't I? That was the perfect opportunity today to smooth it all over, but no, you only reinforced what everyone's already saying about you.
That's just how I feel.
Oh, you've got a stubborn streak in you. I think it comes from your father. Definitely not mine. He was always so
I've been told that a few times. You get that from your father.
What's your point, Mum?
My point is that nobody likes your father. Sorry. Just be careful, Cal.
Yeah. Thanks, Mum.
I'll let you go, darling. Ciao.
Except.
Casper.
Did you really have to?
Did I have to what?
The Davidoff situation. Did you really have to say that stuff?
Everyone knows,
Jesus,
Kat.
everybody's
not stand there and
pissed.
lie about it.
Well, okay, I just wish you hadn't been so blunt about it. The press will feed off this for a while, and I've got Davidoff breathing down my neck about the whole thing.
I've been honest with you about this since, well, before I even signed the contract. I thought you understood.
I do understand, Kelly, and now so does everyone else.
Well, maybe you should have kept him away from me like you said you would.
Yeah, look, I've got to go. Let's talk later.
Everybody's pissed. Well, fine then. I know how she feels about the father. Alright, Singapore Grand Prix, several weeks later, Chapter 15. With their dysfunction clear for all to see, and with only a handful of races now left in the 2023 season, Connosport looks like a team on the ropes as they head to Singapore.
Slacking off? Hey.
Ooh. Sorry. Scared the life out of me, mate.
I didn't mean to. Picking up any tips?
I don't think they like the short straights here.
You didn't mind them, did you?
I love this track. Always do well here. Well, used to.
How are you doing, Devon?
Me? Golden, mate. Loving life.
Yeah, sure.
You know what it's like to leave all this behind, don't you?
Yeah, it's the most difficult thing I've ever done.
Yeah, well, like that. But, I didn't choose this, Casper. I didn't.
I know.
But you came back, right? How's it treating you?
Ups and downs.
How's our old teammate doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think he's happy here.
He still thinks he belongs in that top team, see? He's never let it go. That's the problem. You know, I could have a word with him. I mean, do you think that might help?
It's all a bit delicate.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, I understand.
No, Devon, I mean it.
Yeah? Scout's on him, mate.
Okay. See.
Hey, we need your input on this one.
Devon Butler, professional motivator. Devon's just been in. He said the two of you had a little chat and that you both agree Aiden needs a bit of extra motivation. Is that true? He's suggested setting an expected finishing position for him this weekend as third. No offense, boss, but that seems a bit overly ambitious. What's your plan? This will affect the bonus objective in the upcoming race. Typical Devon, we have our projections and we'll stick with our agreed plan. Or, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Devon, but let's do it. We need to try something here. Yeah, let's do that. Go third. Andreo ambushed. Andreo had a sit-down interview with the reporter that he had the fiery exchange with. Now a bit calmer. He still exuded the same passion that we know and love him for. He came across really well. The team loved how he seemed to have their backs, and we've been hearing positive statements from people all week. It's a real morale boost. Alrighty. Weber Access. Lucas's publication sent Amari Alao in his stead. There's no fear of anyone thinking it was a puff piece. Amari was pointed and strong with his critique around the troubles at Connosport. It's caused a bit of a stir down in the garage. Morale has been a bit low this weekend. Up, up, up. Down, down. Fine, whatever. Alright, news. And Andreo.
Did you read his email?
I glanced at it.
He's a sly old fox at that one. Thank you for finding a place for Devon, as if we had a choice, Casper. As if it was our decision.
Yeah, I know.
How's it going with Devon anyway?
He's still struggling. but he does really care about the team, so, you know, maybe it'll work out.
Well, that's something at least.
Rather him than his father, right?
But rather neither of them, Casper. Anyway, I'll see you.
Yeah, see you.
Lots of sharp turns in this one. Alrighty, let's go.
Did Casper really want you to talk to Aiden?
I read between the lines. Look, Casper's good at lots of things, but I know people. Yeah, I know how to get in their heads. And I wanted to help Dad, help the team, so,
Leave me alone.
Listen, I'm just saying, mate, if you were such an incredible driver, you wouldn't be at Connor Sport, would you? I'm sorry. It's the truth. No offense.
Well, maybe I won't be here next season.
Dude. You know what your problem is?
Yeah. You.
You think you're better than the team. Now, I remember when Aiden Jackson was just happy to be behind the wheel of an F1 car. We all liked that guy far better than this one.
You never liked me.
No. But Casper did. Once upon a time. Now you're different now. You think you're too good for the team. Your head's stuck in some imaginary big three-seat in cloud cuckoo land, mate. No. You have got to drive the car you're in.
You're lecturing me about ego.
A subject I know well.
Oh, right. I get it. So you're allowed to be cocky, but I'm not. Is that it?
There's a difference.
How can there possibly be a difference?
This isn't you. This isn't you, mate.
Oh, get lost. Be true to myself. Drive the car I'm in. The wisdom of Devon Butler. Should I be living my best life too?
Just drive the car you're in, mate, yeah?
Drive the car
Ciao.
you're in. Ciao. Singapore Grand Prix Race Day. Chapter 15. With Devon's words still repeating in his head, a focused and determined Aiden Jackson looks to return to form. Ooh. I wonder if I need to get third or better as my objective. Let's see.
Marina Bay hosted a Grand Prix that briefly ran in the 60s and 70s, but the Garden City re-entered the calendar for good in 2008. We missed it for a couple of years,
We
but it
could
was
have
great
watched
to
a
come
race
back
on that
to the Singapore
big,
Grand Prix.
what I call the
Things
eye
have changed
wheel.
slightly around the Marina Bay circuit for 2023. 4 corners have been taken out, the lap length reduced to just over 3 miles. That might be a welcome relief to the drivers, might be even more of a relief for their brakes. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like.
All right,
Lewis
where
Hamilton
am I?
lines up on pole position. And starting next to them is George Russell. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Oscar Piastri, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, Jackson,
I am 10.
Ocon,
Alright. I can deal with
Stroll,
that.
Mayer, De Vries, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Gasly, Bottas, Sargent, Hulkenberg, and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. With preparations
Alrighty.
almost complete, let's head down to the track. Well, it's a beautiful night here at the Marina Bay Circuit, and as ever, a really enthralling Singapore Grand Prix ahead of us.
Nice
That's right,
car.
Crofty.
I'd
While
love
there's
that
not
car
many
to
surprises
drive.
at the top of the standings right now, there's a lot to watch out for further down the pack.
One driver I'll be definitely keeping my eye on is Connor Sport's Aiden Jackson. He's been less than consistent so far this season.
Okay.
Aiden, you
Oh,
know
it's a
what
full
you're doing
race.
here.
Oh,
Let's lock in
God.
and give it everything.
Okay.
Show us what you got.
Alrighty, let's go. Race strategy. We've got 16 laps. Let's put it down. So it's a bit lighter, 16 laps. Just one more. Yeah, 16.5 should do. And edit strategy. I like to go with soft at the beginning. How many laps are there again? 16, right. 16. 16 would be half. Let's go in at 7. Stint, go with mediums. Back and select. And let's start. Okay, let's go. Fingers crossed. Objective. Finish in the top 5. Right. Bonus in the top 3. Alright. Alrighty, let's go. Wish me luck. You idiot. No, don't get me. No. Oh, I'm going down. They're all passing me. Ugh. I've gone all the way down to the back. Scrappers. Alrighty. Let me focus on the first lap and then we'll get chatting again. Alrighty. Alright. Back up to 11th. No, why are you going that way, you idiot? I'm trying to pass you. That was close. Boing. Ping bong. Wow, that's a sharp turn. Alright, I'm in 10th. Alright, yep, so, talking about the snowstorm. So, my mom calls my brother, and she says that I want to not leave and drive back, the next day when the massive snowstorm was going to be. But my brother was all like, no, I have to be back at school. I have to be back. I have a 7:30, class, and I need to get back before Sunday night. And so it's like, ugh. So my mom's like, fine, okay, I'll tell her, but you were supposed to be paying for her food, but you didn't give her any food. Thankfully, she still had my bank card.
Good job, nice overtake.
Thankfully, she still had my bank card so she could buy food because you wouldn't. So you have to buy her food tomorrow, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And he was like, oh, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So I really, really didn't want to drive back in that weather. It was really bad. So, woke up Sunday morning, and I was on the first floor, and the snow, when I looked out the window, was halfway up the window. So it was like more than 6 feet, 6 feet deep, massive amount of snow on the top. So I had to obviously clear my snow and then try and get out of the parking lot and go pick up my brother to come so he could pay for the hotel. So I go pick up my brother, and I had to pick him up that was on like some hill or whatever, and my car...
Great work, that's a new fastest lap of the race.
My car got stuck in the snowbank on the hill. Did he get out to help get the car out? No, he left it all up for his girlfriend to try and help push me out of the car. His girlfriend, or like try and help push the car out. She was not happy. She said to him, "You really gonna let me push her car out, and you just sit there doing nothing?" And I think we were like trying to dig a path for me to get out of, and he just sat in the car doing F all. And we said goodbye. His girlfriend, thanked me for bringing him down, despite the fact that he was being a right prick to me. She said thank you. I appreciate it, and I said goodbye to her and her sister, and I went, took him back to the hotel so he could pay, and I said, Mom said that you need to buy me breakfast because you didn't pay for my food at all. You know what? So you know what he did? He went to the breakfast table or whatever, and he got me a little bag of popcorn for breakfast, a little bag of popcorn, and a little cup of orange
Good
juice.
job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
Seriously? So I wasn't best pleased with him because how am I supposed... You expect me to try and eat popcorn whilst we're driving in snow that is a really bad blizzard. He didn't give two craps. Then we were on the highway going back to Canada, and I had run out of windshield washer fluid because when in Canada when it's the States, when it's snowy, they have they put salt down, and when you're driving, the spray comes up and it messes up your windows. So you need windshield washer fluid to wash the window so you can see clearly. So I ran out of windshield washer fluid, and I asked my brother, "Do you know if there's a rest stop soon, so I can buy windshield washer fluid?" And he's like, "How am I supposed to know?" You've driven up here, you've come down here so many times, you should know. And it got to the point where I seriously could not see where I was going. The windshield was so dirty with no windshield washer fluid to clean it. So
we're approaching the pit window, and you're going to be on mediums.
Alrighty. So I went to. So I said. So I figured.
Gap to your teammate behind is 17.8 seconds.
So I'm like, I really need to get off and look for a petrol station, a gas station, so I can get some windshield washer fluid. So I get off at the next exit, and my brother's like, "What the f are you doing?" I'm like, "I told you, I need windshield washer fluid. I can't see. Can you see?" "No." So I need windshield washer fluid. And I'm trying to search around, go here, there, and everywhere. I couldn't find a gas station anywhere. So I actually pulled up to the side of the road and decided to just throw snow onto the on the windshield because it was snowing, freezing rain, so there was ice all over my lights and all over the windshield wipers. It was bad, and so I decided to just throw snow on it, and then I'll get off at the next rest stop to get some fuel and windshield washer fluid. And did my brother, I had no gloves, and he didn't come out to help. He just sat there in the warmth, waiting for me to clean my windows. He was such a right little prick. But whilst I was doing that, I was trying to get the ice off my front headlights. And then when I did that, one of the headlights went. It just broke. So I only had one headlight, I tried cleaning the windshield wipers of the ice on it, and ripped one of my wipers, so only one wiper would actually clean, which was pathetic. So it was a struggle driving. We got back onto the highway, and it was like the next 1 or 2 exits later was the rest stop. So pulled into the rest stop. He went to go get himself something to eat, and whilst I went and called my mom to let her know what was going on, and I told her. She's like, and she says, did he buy you breakfast? And I said, no, he got me a free bag of popcorn and a little juice, orange juice cup. And she's like, ugh. She was fuming, and she's like, you go and you tell him that he's to buy you a meal. Is there like a McDonald's around there? I'm like, yeah, there's a McDonald's right next to this payphone. She's like, so you tell him he's got to go and he's got to buy you McDonald's. He's going to buy you a meal, like a Big Mac meal or something. And I was like, okay. So I go and tell him, because he went back to the car and he'd eaten his food, and went back to the car, and I told him what my mom said, and he's like, oh, I can't afford it. I have to pay for the petrol. I can't afford to buy you food. And I'm like, well, what were you going to do? You were going to do it for Dad. Why wouldn't you?
Okay, the pit window's open, so let's box this lap. Box this lap.
And I'm like, why won't you do it for me? I don't have any money. So he didn't buy me anything. So now I've gone all day, no food. I'm really concentrating on trying to focus on staying on the road, because it was like freezing rain and snow blizzards and no plows on the highway. It was difficult. Well, now I'm getting the migraine because I hadn't had anything to eat. So we're driving back, and the migraine's getting really bad. And he put fuel in my car and all that stuff. And we get into New York, and we get close to the Canadian border, and there are signs up saying, here to Canada, take this exit to Canada, and I'm all confused. So I asked him. I said, which way do we go to get home? Which exit is the right one? And he's like, they're all to effing Canada, so take whatever you want. I don't effing care. They're all to Canada. And at that point, I was fuming because I was kind enough to...
Okay, be aware, the grip levels are going to start falling away soon.
I need to get into the pit. So I need to find the pit. Wherever the pit is. There we go. Yeah, so I was so mad at him at this point because I was so kind to take him down to see his girlfriend on their anniversary, and I was driving in the weather I really didn't want to drive in so he can get back to school the next day, and he's treating me like utter shit. So I really wanted to just like pull over and drop him off on the side of the road and tell them to walk home from Buffalo. I think that's where we were, Buffalo or something.
Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
So I ended up going on the straight exit, and it took us to, I think, Fort Erie or something. Passed over, and now that we were in Canada, I could call my mom on my cell phone. So I didn't have like any roaming charges, because I had already experienced problems when I went down to New York on my own and got lost, and I was on the phone to my mom for like 5 hours. I had roaming charges, and the roaming charges, the bill came to like $500, and it was a lot, and I couldn't afford to pay it, so my phone got cut off, so I had to go with a different provider. Anyways, so we we get back into Canada, and I call my mom, and I said, we just crossed into Canada, we're in the Fort area, we should be home in about half an hour. Would you be able to make me something to eat for when I get home? And she goes, why? Didn't he buy you anything to eat? I was like, no, he got himself something, but he didn't buy me the McDonald's like you told me to tell him to. And,
Great maneuver, you made it look so easy.
Both she and my father were fuming at him. And I said to my mom, I'm like, I've got a really bad migraine because I haven't ate all day, and I'm having to concentrate really hard because I've only got one light and the windscreen wiper's busted, so I'm having to concentrate really hard on where I'm going. And no food, concentrating, I've got a massive migraine. It's like, no worries, I'll put a pizza in for you to eat when you get home, and I'll give you some T3s for your migraine. And I was like, all right. So we get home, and they're having a right go at the way he treated me and all that stuff. I eat, I go home, and I go to bed because my migraine's pretty bad. And the reason why we went home on that day, on the Sunday, not waiting until the Monday, is because my brother said he had a 7:30 class at Brock University, so he had to leave home to get a bus to Brock. I think about 6 o'clock in the morning. It was 6:30 and he hadn't left yet. My father was up and he called down to tell him, look, it's 6:30. You need to get up and get to school. And he said that he wasn't going. He was too tired to go. He wasn't going. And my father, he just never yelled at my brother when we were like adults. He treated my brother like he was like the prized possession or whatever. Never yelled at him, but always having to go at me over this, that, and the other. But next thing I know, after he said he wasn't going, all I hear is my father's footsteps. Boom, 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 boom,
and Callie's coming in for a stop.
All the way down and he slams open my brother's bedroom door. The room was like right next to mine. And he starts having a go at my brother, saying, Sharna didn't want to go. You told her she had to drive home yesterday because you had a class you had to get to for 7:30 in the morning and you're not going. She wanted to leave today. Blah, blah, blah. If you don't get up and get your ass out and then at the school, you're out of here. You've got to leave. Blah, blah, blah. And he was really having to go. And I'm like, this is the best wake-up call ever. Because he was yelling at my brother. And it was brilliant. But when his girlfriend found out that he didn't get me any food or anything like that, she really had to go at him. And she actually apologized to me on his behalf for the way he treated me. And she's like, he's probably not going to apologize, but I'm sorry for the way he is. I'm trying to teach him to treat women better. I don't think he ever did. I don't think he has any respect for women whatsoever. Anyways, so this was January. My headlights, I only had one headlight. And I hadn't gotten around to fixing it yet. So in the March, when I had gone with my friend and hotboxed my car, my headlights still hadn't been fixed yet. So I was driving her home, and we turned down a street, it was like a bit busy one-way street, and there were some cops in front of us. So I was like, ooh, I've got to be careful not to go too fast and all this stuff. I turn the corner, and then the cops pull me. And I'm like, okay, just act like you're okay. Just act like you're okay. But because we had hotboxed the car, the minute oh shit. The minute I opened up the window, they could smell the weed coming out of the car. And he was only pulling me because because I only had one headlight. That was the only reason why he was pulling me. But they had smelt the weed, so they took both me and my friend out of the car, separated us, and I had this red leather jacket on that I had just been given. It was like a hand-me-down. And the zippers, they were very hard to open. And I had told the police officer, they asked about the weed smell, and I had told the police officer that the friend that I was with...
Okay, that's us with 5 laps of fuel remaining. 5 laps of fuel left.
We were at her friend's house, and her friend wanted to hotbox the car, so I let him take the car. I let him take the car. We didn't do anything. It was just his friend. Little did I know that, like, we didn't even mention this, but little did I know my friend had the same story, that her friend had taken out the car to hotbox whilst we were at there. So we were innocent. We weren't high or anything like that. And that was brilliant. But I don't think they believed us, so they wanted to search the car. Thankfully, the day before, my father had taken the weed out of my glove compartment, so I didn't have any weed in the car. But they searched the car, and as they searched the car, they put handcuffs on us. They put handcuffs on me and my friend and put us in the back of the car. And I was still, like, a little high and a little drunk. And I'm like 5'1". I am short. And it was very tight getting into the back seat of the police car whilst they searched. And I had said, wow, it's very tight back here. Is there any way to get some room? Because I'm short and this is very tight. I can barely fit back here. And the officer was like, oh, be quiet. And I'm like, I feel, what do you do with the really fat people that you arrest? You just lay them down like a beached whale on the back seat? And my friend, who sat next to me, was telling me to shut up or else we're going to get arrested. And the police officer told me to shut up. But, yeah, it was very tight back there. But thankfully, they didn't find any weed, and I had already cleared out the alcohol bottles in the trunk the day before. So we got let off with the caution about to fix the headlight. So I had driven high, not as high as I was when I first did it, but I had driven high and still slightly drunk back then at 19. But then I had stopped drinking, but I was still sort of smoking weed. And a few weeks later, I had gone to babysit for the family that I babysat for, 5 kids.
Right, we've got enough fuel for 3 more laps.
They were hard work at the beginning, but they learned that if I say something, it goes. And my rule was, if you're good, you get to stay up an hour past your bedtime. And if you're bad, or you're not listening or whatever, then you're going to bed at the time that you're supposed to go to bed. And they learn that they've got to be good and behave so they can stay up. The kids, they always want to stay up, don't they? Stay up past the bedtime when the parents aren't there. So I was babysitting for them, and that was, I think, my absolutely lowest point in regards to, I guess you could say my depression, because I was just using whatever I could to mask what I was feeling. And that was my absolutely lowest point, because that night, the eldest, he's not with us anymore, that was really upsetting. He himself took his life when he was just turned 22. Back in 2011, he took his life. So the mental health affects a lot of people, and I felt really bad that I didn't reach out and keep in contact with him, because I was struggling myself at that point, because my marriage had just ended and I myself was suicidal at that point. But it hit me hard. But anyways, so I was babysitting for them, and the eldest had his friend over. I think they just entered high school, so I think they were 13, 14 years old, and they were hanging out in his room that he shared with his brother, who I think is a year or two younger than he was, so like 11, 12 years old maybe. And the friend mentioned that he had some weed on him, and he asked if I smoked, and I said, yeah, I do sometimes, yeah. And he asked if I wanted to smoke it with him. And I'm 19 years old.
Laps of fuel left.
At this point. 19 years old at this point. And I agreed to smoke weed with this grade 9 kid. 13, 14 years old. And I very stupidly turned around and asked the two boys that I was the two oldest boys that I was babysitting, who were like 13, 14, and 11 or 12 or whatever, asked if they wanted to come out and smoke it with. That I don't even know why I said that. I still feel really incredibly
okay, you just
bad
started the final lap of the race.
that.
Final lap.
But like I said, I was really suffering with my depression at the time. I was using whatever I could to hide and numb whatever it was I was feeling. So we had gone out into the backyard, and the bishop, because they were Mormons also, the bishop of their ward lived like across the field from them. So I was very staring at the house, trying to make sure they weren't looking out and seeing what I was doing. And yes, I got high with the eldest son's friend. After I went back in, I felt incredibly guilty, because if something bad had happened, or if something bad did happen at that time to one of the kids, I would not be sober enough to know what to do, and I just felt horrible about what I had just done. And when the mom and their stepdad and dad, because the two youngest were her husband at the time, dad, the two youngest, she had mentioned that she had just got a job. Yeah, I did it. I did it first. Bonus.
We did it.
Well, the results are in. There we have it. What a race that was.
The sheer grit and determination shown by some of the drivers out there today, Crofty, was nothing short of incredible.
Elbows out, especially from Aiden Jackson. Loved his race today, and he finally delivered the sort of performance that we know that he's capable of. So whatever they're saying to him over at Connor Sport, he seems to be listening to. Here comes your top three, making their way down to the podium for what can only be described as a fantastic day for Formula One.
I did it, I did it.
Now, Aiden, you have had your ups and downs this season, but tell me, on the whole, are you pleased with your overall performance?
No. Today's performance should be the norm for me. Yeah, I've given it my all this season. I'll do norm for me.
Today's race should be a normality, not an exception. You know, if I can get a few more performances like today, then, yeah, I'll be much happier.
Okay, I'm going to be cheeky, go straight for the jugular. If you had to choose a teammate between Callie and Devon, who would it be?
Casper!
I'm getting into trouble whatever I say here, aren't I? Can I have Casper back as a teammate instead? I'll talk him out of retirement.
Now, Aiden, you have recently hinted that you're not entirely happy at Connor Sport. Tell me, is it true?
A change might do me good. It's irrelevant. I've got a job to do this season. All teams have their issues. Or Connor Sport or my family. You don't always see eye to eye, but you all want the same thing. Go for that. To try and up Connor Sport's
I think of Connor Sport in the same way I would my family. There are a lot of personalities to manage, but we're a tight-knit group in this team. We might not always see eye to eye, but in the end, we all want the same thing.
There's been wild speculation on whether or not Connor Sport can even be on the grid next season, so can you tell us more?
I can't imagine anyone pulling funding at this stage. It wouldn't surprise me if we struggle to find funding. That's the question for the investors. I'll say that's the question for the investors.
That seems like a question for the investors, but no one's funding Connor Sport as a charity. They're funding it as a business. And if a business isn't successful, then there's definitely an issue.
Well, thank you for chatting with us. Great to have your time.
See ya, Natalie. I think that's her name, Natalie. Singapore Grand Prix post-race, Chapter 15. Under the floodlights in Singapore, Aiden Jackson puts in a magnificent performance for Connor Sport. I should be a newsreader. Who's going to be calling me now? And it's Davidov.
Hi, Davidov.
Aiden, quite the answer you gave today. Didn't have you pegged as a man of business.
Yeah, I didn't really think anything of it. Of course you need to make money.
Don't we all, Aiden?
Yeah, but Connor Sport must be profitable, right?
We're still running the projections for next season.
So it's not certain then?
Time will tell. You said it yourself, it's just business. Thanks, Aiden.
Reset for the analysis, blah blah. Butlers, Aiden, you can't get away from those butlers, eh? Can't believe Devon's back, presumably a full-time Pratt. I just, I'm sure Devon's good luck. And Devon Butler. If I were you, I'd avoid him for a while unless you want another round of media trading foisted on you. Not bad out there. Yep. Okay, next chapter.
Come on, I just want to chat, Cal.
Why? Because he told you to?
Stop making this about him. Just talk to me.
We raced in a lot of the same races growing up, and one of us would always have a better race than the other. So in the car, on the way home, one of us would be happy and the other would be completely miserable. There was no middle ground. It was like it was impossible for us both to be happy at the same time. And it's kind of been the same ever since.
Look, it's my job to talk to the drivers, Callie.
Yeah, and who gave you that job?
Why are you being like this? It's not even me you're angry with.
Maybe it is.
Oh, really? This again? We were kids, Callie.
You left me behind.
Come on, what was I supposed to say? Oh, thanks, Dad, for continuing to invest in my career, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline, just in case I hurt poor Callie's feelings.
Of course not.
And what?
It didn't have to be a choice, Dev. He had the money to fund both of our careers. I wanted you to fight for me. He never listened to me. He always listened to you.
Yeah, that's like me and my brother with my father.
we were young.
I was the eldest, though.
Yeah. But
I got the shit out of him.
Yeah.
I got
Well,
the shit out of the deal
if
with
it's
my
any
father.
consolation, I'm not much competition
And that
anymore.
affected my mental health.
You never were.
I'm sorry, Callie. For everything. You were always faster than me. There, I said it.
Nice try.
I mean it.
And did you mean it?
No.
Of course not. Faster than me. No. She was never faster than me. She'd love that. No. But if there's one thing my old man taught me, it's that sometimes people need to hear what they need to hear. You know?
Brazil Grand Prix 1 month later, Chapter 16. Ooh, we're getting close to the end. Over the last few race weekends, Connor Sport have managed to demonstrate some much-needed consistency. The paddock now heads to Brazil for the penultimate race of the season. Advance. And I'm now Callie. And it's Evelyn, it's my mom.
Hey, Mom.
Cal, I'm reading more and more about these funding issues.
Only an issue if we don't get fifth, apparently. What do you make of it all?
Well, he won't really do it, surely. I mean, it's only been 2 seasons, for goodness sake. And Connor Sport certainly isn't the worst team on the grid.
You have a real way with words, Mum.
What's your father have to say for himself?
I have no idea.
You've still not spoken to him?
I'm sure you can relate.
Yes, but I mean, I don't have to work with the man. Look, you don't have to like him, you only have to talk to him.
You sound like Devon.
Oh, maybe Devon has a point.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mum. I'm going now.
Lots of love. Bye.
Ooh, I'm almost at performance level 9. I'm almost halfway to reputation level 8. Alright, let's go to the next race.
Absolutely.
Why are you doing this? I saw him in the paddock. This would have been Sao Paulo. And I finally spoke to him. I just wanted to know why.
Something's come up. I'll call you back. Callie, so I'm allowed to talk to you now.
Why are you doing this?
Doing what?
Why are you being so hard-line about this?
For this to be a worthwhile investment, Connor Sport Racing must be successful. It's just business.
It's not, though, is it?
Excuse me?
Well, why am I in the team if it's just business? Why was Devon? You can't keep involving your family in this and then hiding behind it's just business.
This is one of the biggest investments I have ever made. I must take care of the business, Callie. Who do you think will inherit it after I'm gone?
Well, Devon. Obviously. I'm not interested in any of it.
Matters are complex, Callie. But they all benefit the business. They all benefit the family. And ultimately, they all benefit you.
You said this the last time you tried to stop me racing. I didn't buy it at 12, and I certainly don't buy it now. I don't understand what goes on in that head of yours. You threatened to end my F1 career, and then you claim it's for my benefit.
Have you any idea how much money I have plowed into the team?
Yeah, that's the thing with you. Money. Nothing changes.
I wouldn't expect you to understand.
No, Dad. I wouldn't expect you to.
You need to be more realistic, that's all. Not everyone survives in F1. You know that.
5th in the standings.
5th.
5th.
5th, let's do it. Brazil Grand Prix mid-race. A late safety car has provided Callie Mayer with an opportunity to turn around her fortunes at Interlagos. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Safety car's in this lap. Repeat, the safety car is in this lap. That means it's our chance to shine. Come on, you can do this. Let's go.
Secure top 5
No
finish.
pressure then.
Alrighty. Secure
Green
top
flag.
5. Oh, shit. Well, just finish in top 3 and get fastest lap. Okay. Trying to pass. There's Jackson. Just past Jackson. Where am I now? I'm 5th, yes. Keep it in 5th. Alrighty. See if I can get ahead of everybody. Yeah, so talking about I had finished saying about when the mom got home after I had got high with the friends. Alright, now I'm in first. Yoo-hoo. Yeah, so the mom had come home and she had said to me that she just got a job. I believe it was at Wendy's, but it was in like, I think it was in Wendy's at one of the rest stops along the QEW towards Toronto. I forget the name. Grimsby, maybe? Might be Grimsby.
Okay, the stewards have now enabled DRS. DRS is now online.
And she said, but the problem is that that her job starts early, so both her and her husband's would mean that they would both be had to be out of the house by I think like 6 or something to get to their job on time. But the kids, they obviously would be too young to be. The eldest lived with his father, going to school there because he didn't want to go to school in like wherever it was. So he was staying with his father. Anyways, so it was just the 4 kids. And I think the son went to his mom's for the weekend, and I would drive him back to his dad's after they went to church on the Sunday. So she had asked if I would be able to like be a live-in nanny for them, because obviously the 2 youngest weren't in school full time. The second youngest went to kindergarten in the afternoon and got the bus home from school with the.
And that's just 5 laps of fuel remaining.
With the other 2, the 2 other eldest kids. So there would need to be somebody there for the morning with the 2 youngest, and then watch the youngest whilst everybody else was at school in the afternoon. And I was all like, yeah, okay. And her trusting me to be live-in nanny with her kids meant a lot to me. And that also made me think, well, I need to stop my drinking and stop smoking the weed, because I can't be under the influence whilst watching these kids. If something really bad happened to them and I was under the influence, it would really upset me, and I would really blame myself for it. So, because of her, I stopped the drinking. That was March 2004. I didn't have a drink until like October 2004. I think it was October 2004. But I was still really suffering with my mental health at the time, and I ended up. She had called me one day when I was like really having a hard day. She had called home to let me know that I think she had quit that job because she had got another job or whatever, and she wouldn't need me. And I was just really not in a good place mentally. So as soon as all the kids got home from school, I just left. And then I got a job on Clifton Hill in Niagara Falls. And I think it was Halloween. Yeah, it was Halloween, or around Halloween, where a bunch of us that worked at Wendy's on the hill decided to go to Toronto and just drink, and it was fun. But I got really drunk off of it. Coke slushies with vanilla Smirnoff Ice vodka, or not Smirnoff Ice, but Smirnoff vanilla vodka. And because I was driving, I didn't drink until we got out at Toronto, and I just drunk. I was so drunk. But yeah, I was 20.
Okay, this is your final lap.
By then,
final lap of the race.
Still struggling with my mental health. We had My father, he didn't want me to work at Wendy's because it was in Niagara Falls, even though he wanted me to work at Marineland the year before, which was in Niagara Falls, and I had already had a job at that time doing nights with the company that did the floors. And when I went for the training, I had told them that I had another job and I can't work till 10 because I start at 10 with the other job. And the Marineland supervisor or manager was all, well, you can't have, this job has to be your priority job. You can't make this your second job. So I'm like, okay, never mind. Then I quit, find somebody else, and I left. But yeah, I got a job in Niagara Falls, and my father, he didn't want me to work in Niagara Falls for some reason, and it really confused me because he wanted me to work at Marineland. Yes, first.
Well, what a fantastic race that was. Absolutely loved it. But Natalie, do you think we see Connor Sport next season? Rumours say maybe not.
I hope so. I feel like they deserve it. They've been box office for me. They've taken chances, they've been bold in all their moves, and ultimately, that's great for us and for the fans.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, but there's not much of the season left, and they'll be hoping they can carry this form into the final stages. Time will tell. A show-stopping performance from the three drivers approaching the podium right now. It's been an interesting Grand Prix, that's for sure.
Wow, Callie, a really strong performance out there today. Just tell me, though, how big a role did the safety car play?
I was able to take advantage of it, and it worked out well. Every race has its opportunities. Just the safety car here was just one. I would have done fine without it. I'll do it has its opportunities.
I just think it's never about the safety car, not really. Every race has its opportunities, whatever form they take. It always comes back to the driver and whether they can make the most of the situation.
Callie, your first F1 season is nearing an end. It must feel like a long road, but clearly you've put a lot into it. And is there anyone else that's been particularly influential this season?
Aiden, Casper, Davidov. Really? Davidov would be influential? No. Well, he could be because she's trying to prove him wrong. Yeah, let's go with Davidov because she's trying to prove him wrong.
Influential. Well, yeah, I'd say my father has been influential, just not necessarily in the best way. I don't mind him funding the team, but I do mind when he starts trying to run it.
And tell me, I'm not sure I could do it, but how has it been working so very closely with your family?
It's been okay. We know when to give each other space. They're just people I work with to do my job. I keep it professional. It's been a challenge. Family is never straightforward. Let's say that.
Yeah, it's been a challenge. Let's just say we've all got our own opinions. Family is never straightforward, and that's especially true of mine.
There are rumours circulating that Connor Sport may not be around next season. Can you comment?
That's a question for our investors.
That sounds like a question for our investors. I'm sure we'd all appreciate a public statement on the matter.
That's great, thank you.
Abu Dhabi Grand Prix 1 week later, Chapter 17. With Connor Sport's future on the line, team principal Casper Ackerman assembles his team one last time before what might be their final race in Formula One. Right, so it's a couple minutes before the 2-hour mark, and I like to take a little break at 2 hours, help me stretch, because my joints aren't as great as they should be. So sitting in a certain position, playing, I like to take a break. So I'm going to take a break now for about 15-20 minutes. What time is it now? It's almost 4. It's 5 to 4, so should be back about 4:15. In that time, don't forget you can donate to fundraiser. I'm going to put the link in the description down below at some point in this 15-20 minute break. So when it's up, don't forget to donate. That would be great. If not, share it. Share it around to all your on all your socials, on whatever social you're on. Share it around, and hopefully we can raise as much money as we can for Mind. Right, I'm going on a break now, so I shall see you in about 15-20 minutes. Going to mute the mic so you don't hear me doing whatever I need to do. Hello, I'm back. That took a little longer than I expected because somebody's coming to pick up the rest of the stuff for my sister, and she had her fire in my mom's room, and the plug was stuck underneath everything that she just piled on top of it. So I had a hard time trying to carry that fire into the living room. So, yeah, it took a bit longer. I'm still having my smoke. So, yeah, let's get going. Abu Dhabi Grand Prix 1 week later. With Connosport's future on the line, team principal Casper Ackerman assembles his team one last time before what might be their final race in Formula One. So I think I'm near the end.
Okay, so we are running two quite different setups out there today. And you don't need me to tell you how it... You don't need me to tell you how it... Davidoff, that's enough.
I'm sorry?
Get out.
What on earth are you talking about?
I've had an entire season of you whispering in people's ears. I'm asking you to leave the meeting.
You can't be serious.
This is not your team. And after today, it might not even exist. So get out and let those of us who actually care about the result do our jobs. You can threaten me after the race.
So be it. You coming, Devon?
Yeah, I'm thinking I might actually stay.
Yeah. Standing up to his dad. You go.
Well, that's up to you.
Okay, listen. You all know what's at stake. If we race as individuals today, the team dies. The only way we can survive this, the only way that any of us are coming back next season, is together. We all understand this? No. Aiden, Callie, look at me. You look at me. We understand this, yes? If you put yourself ahead of the team today, there's no more team.
Callie, we got this.
Yeah.
And, I'm sorry if I was ever...
Wow.
What?
Are you apologizing?
Yeah.
I will forgive you on one condition.
What's that?
You get your share of the points.
All right. Deal.
Deal.
Chin up.
Ooh, I'm at level 9 on all of them. Yay. Casper. Somebody's gonna call, I'm assuming. Yep. And it's Andreo.
Hey, did you find him?
I didn't look too hard, to be honest. Does Davidoff ever sulk?
Hard to imagine. Listen, I hope I haven't caused you problems. I snapped it. It was unprofessional.
Ooh, not at all, Casper. It was a delight to watch.
You think it'll affect his decision?
I've given up speculating, Cass. At this stage, nothing would surprise me.
Yeah, well, we better get that result then.
I guess we better add. And good luck today, Casper. Whatever happens, I'm so grateful for all you've done.
Look, it's been my pleasure. Connosport deserves to succeed.
If the fates are kind, Casper. If the fates are kind. I'm trackside. I'll see you there.
Yeah, cool. I'll be a few minutes.
Alrighty, let's go to the race. Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, a mid-race, Chapter 17. With the race underway, both Connosport teammates lock in as they look to secure the points they need to guarantee the team's future in the sport past the 2023 season. Alright, can we do it? Yes, we can!
You know, before a race begins, anything is possible. Anything. On the one hand, you have the true icons of the sport, certain drivers, certain teams who set the pace, who you expect to do well. On the other hand, you have the underdogs. And we are always there, always pushing for another place, another point. Looking for the smallest opportunity, the tiniest mistake we can punish. And in that moment, just before lights out, it's like the world holds its breath. You know? Everybody just waits. The air is heavy, you know? And I knew whatever happened, Connosport had made its mark on the history of the sport. And I was at peace with that.
So you weren't nervous?
Are you kidding?
So we know how it stands right now. But just how different might it be when the checkered flag waves here in Abu Dhabi? And it's lights out, and away we go.
Primary objective. Overtake Gasly
Okay,
before
Aiden,
lap
let's see if we
9.
can start moving through the field. It's time to push. Come on, you got this. Copy that.
Position 13. Oh, what are you doing, you idiot? Gasly is 9, I'm 13. I need 4 spots, okay. Just trying to get used to the track again. No, I didn't want to go into the pit. Good, not going in the pit. Okay. 6 seconds ahead. Excuse me, sorry.
Okay, gap ahead is 1.6 seconds.
Alright, so yeah, we're talking about my drinking, didn't drink for like 6 months, and then I got absolutely bladdered when we went to Toronto. But yeah, I was still struggling with my mental health. I had actually lost a lot of friends between 2000, I think it was November 2003 to March 2004 because of my mental health. During one of my drinking episodes, there's one where I tried to hang myself, which I'd mentioned before, and then another one I had apparently wrote a suicide note to a friend, who was like a good friend at that time.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done.
I passed Jackson. No. Not Jackson.
Down the main
Gasly.
straight we go. Here goes Jackson again, moving up the field. What a great race for him.
Yeah, it really is so far, Croft. I mean, it's a circuit he really enjoys. Remember the race in 2021 that he put together there? It was fantastic stuff back then.
Who could forget it? And Connor Sport need a performance just like that today. Mayer's doing okay. Jackson really delivering.
Great stuff, Aiden. Come on, I think we can get one more place here. Push, push. Something's not right. Assessing. Stand by.
Uh-oh.
I'm losing speed.
Heading down the back straight now. He's in a great spot, but hang on, he's slowing. He's slowing. Something is very, very wrong.
Yeah, I think he's got a problem here, Crofty. I wonder what it is. Could it be engine-related?
Look, they're throwing their hands in the air on the pit wall, and he's out.
And yeah, that's the engine gone.
2023 is over for Aiden Jackson. It's a dramatic exit, and it wasn't what he was hoping for.
Something happened up there?
Yeah, engine failure, I'm afraid. Aiden is out of this race. Repeat, Aiden's out of the race. Did you get that?
Aiden's out. I heard.
What?
Let me speak to her.
Why?
Just give me the headset.
Sure about this?
I'm sure about everything.
That's what concerns me.
Kelly.
Devon?
Yeah, we've had a chat. We think it's best if you don't push the car too hard.
What? Why?
Look, you're way back, Cal, okay? We don't want to blow your engine too, so just cruise it in and finish the race.
It's got to be realistic here. Copy.
Sorry, is this a team order?
No, Casper agrees. It's just not going to make up that much ground. It can't
Casper's
be done.
like, what?
Just cruise it in, Cal. Trust me, you watch her go.
Callie's like, F that. Primary media, finish 4th or above.
Oh, screw that. I'm going for it.
Yeah, screw
Callie,
that.
Is everything all right?
Fine. I'll see you all at the finish line.
Alright, let's go. Where am I? I'm 9th. Okay. Eighth now, and I need to get 4th or above.
Okay, keep it going. That's P8 now. P8.
Yeah, so, yeah, during one of the times where I was drunk, I had apparently messaged a friend that was a good friend of mine at church, a suicide note, and I really did not remember that, and that was Saturday night, and I, when I went to church the next day, a lot of the friends that I had there.
Okay, the gap behind is 4.2 seconds.
Talking to me. They were giving me dirty looks, and I'm like, what the hell? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Because I didn't know I had written a freaking
Our
suicide
gap to
note.
the car in front is 2.0 seconds.
Emailed the suicide note, basically. But I woke up alright the next day, so I don't know if I did try, like, obviously I was going to be hungover, but maybe my hungover feeling with me I tried to kill myself from another note. I have no idea, I don't remember. Where am I now? 5th. Nice.
Okay, good work. Great pass.
And yeah, then during one of the lessons, I was, damn it, I was going to say principal, no, it was the bishop. He, pulled me in to his office because the friend was dating his son, and she had told the bishop, because he said she had checked her email that morning before going to church and read the email I had written, and she was very distressed. Well, obviously you would be if a friend of yours has sent a suicide note, but I obviously didn't know that I did, and so he asked me about my mental health and all that stuff, and I said I seriously don't remember writing a note, so I don't know what was going on. And just basically said how distressed the friend was, and I'm assuming the friend told all the other friends, and that was why they just gave me the cold shoulder. And to this day, most of those friends don't talk to me. They like blocked me on Facebook and unfriended me. But the friend that I did write the suicide note to, we're friends on Facebook, and we comment on each other's statuses a few times. So just shows how judgmental, I would say, that a lot of Christians are, in my experience, when it comes to mental health. Because that was actually the reason why I had left the church. It was...
Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
I think it was about... it was between the end of 2023 and beginning of 2024. I think it was like December, maybe November 2023, where I had gone to speak to the bishop about my mental health and stuff like that, and I was all but told that the reason why I was depressed was because I was not reading the scriptures twice a day, and I was not praying twice a day. And should I do that, like morning and night, should I do that, my depression and mental health issues will go away. He had no idea what was going on at home, because it was a private matter. And that's when I realized it's a bunch of bull crap. So I got up out of the bishop's office at the end of the meeting, walked out, and never looked back. Because why? Why do I want to be part of a religion that don't understand mental health, especially when you're struggling with it? When you've been struggling with it for so long. So that was why I left them, because they had no understanding of mental health issues. And it actually took me another 2 years for me to officially admit to myself that I liked the girls. Because, oh no, being gay is so wrong, you're going to hell. But yeah, it took me another 2 years because I grew up in the church and believing that who I was evil because of the gender I liked. I hadn't even thought about being a different gender myself until like 10 years later. So being in a structured religion, I would say, it can affect people's mental health. I'm not going to diss the church because I do have quite a number of friends left in the Mormon Church. Some have left, some have stayed, some have their beliefs, and it's not my place to talk badly about something that they so strongly believe in. They don't judge me for who I am, so why should I judge them for what they believe in? That's my belief anyways. Like, treat everybody the way you want to be treated. And I'm going to get all biblical here. My favorite scripture piece in the Bible is from John.
That's us with 5 laps of fuel remaining. 5 laps of fuel left.
Love one another as I have loved you. And that's how I treat everybody. Treat them like you would. I don't believe in any of that stuff, but I find that a lot of Christians like to pick and choose which parts of the Bible they like to believe in. That's my take on it. Everybody has their own beliefs. So, yeah. So that was 2024. And then I had got a job because I had worked on the hill, Clifton Hill, during the summer. Business basically dies down after the summertime in Niagara Falls. So I was basically working part-time. So, excuse me. So I started working, I got a job at food court at the Penn Center, a big mall. I think Meadow Hall in Sheffield, big mall in St. Catharines, Penn Center. I got a job in the food court there, cleaning the tables, cleaning the floors, the trays, etc., etc. Got that job. And then I got full-time job there. I think it was April, May 2005. And little did I know, there was a new manager when I started the full-time, because I only worked part-time, and then I applied again for the full-time. They had a new manager, and little did I know that nobody that worked there liked this new manager. He was a dick. And I think I started doing more part-time work, and I started working, and I think he just offered me a full-time job, and my first like full-time shift was on the Saturday at the Penn Center. But yes, little did I know, everybody else decided to go on strike. Only one other person turned up, but she was pregnant and could only work 4 hours. As she had told them before she started the job, she was pregnant. And the manager tried to get her to stay behind.
We've got enough fuel for 3 more laps.
The manager tried to get her to stay back and work more hours, and she says, no, I'm pregnant. So I was forced to stay behind because he didn't want to do everything. And I started, I think, about 9:30 that morning, and by 6 o'clock, I still hadn't had any kind of break at all. Like no 15-minute break, no lunch break, no break. I was working flat out. My knees were absolutely killing me. I was only 20 years old, almost 21. But my knees were absolutely killing me. So I asked the manager, can I please have my lunch break? Because legally I need a break at 4 hours, and I've worked more than 4 hours. So can I please have a lunch break? And he's like, oh, make it fast, make it fast. And I said, well, I need to rest my knees are killing me. And so I sat there at one of the tables, eating my lunch, and it had only been like 5 minutes, and he comes by, hurry up eating. I'm like, I'm allowed a 15-minute break.
Okay, final lap, let's go, final lap.
And he's like, well, I can't do this all by myself, I need you, blah, 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 blah. So all I could do was just eat a freaking burger. But I was absolutely killing, like my knees, oh my god. And then when the mall closed, I said, right, can I go home now? Because I was only supposed to work till about 2 or 3, I believe. It wasn't that long. I think it was only a 4-hour shift I was supposed to be working that day. So, and I'm like, can I go home now, please? My knees are absolutely, I can barely walk. And he's like, no, I need you to clean the bathrooms. And they had a night team that went by and cleaned most of the rest of the mall around or whatever. And one of the ladies that worked there, she saw how much I was struggling walking. And it wasn't part of their job to clean toilets. But she said she would help me clean the toilets. and so I was very appreciative of her. And then I think I got to like the second or third toilet, and I seriously could not stand anymore, and I broke down crying. I absolutely broke down crying. My knees, I could barely walk on them. There we go, we did it.
And to the checkered flag for one final time. That is some race from Callie Mayer.
What an incredible performance by her today. Connor Sport, I'm sure, will be very delighted with that one.
And if you believe the rumours, Ant, this is a team whose future has been in doubt. Surely, though, they've done enough to return next season. I think they've been wonderful to watch.
Abu Dhabi Grand Prix post-race, Chapter 17. Elation! With Aiden having to retire due to engine problems, Callie puts the team on her back and manages to drag the Connor Sport car kicking and screaming across the line in a miraculous finish that secures 5th place in the constructors' standings for the team. Advance! Callie. Yep, up. Podium pass. Yay. Alright. And Devon, accept.
Hey, Devon.
Not bad today, sis. Not bad at all.
You did that on purpose.
Did what on purpose?
Oh, come on, Dev. Cruise it in.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Technically, you went against the team order. It's poor form, that.
I can't believe I missed it at the time. It seems so obvious now.
Listen, you want to lay off the sauce, Cal. Seriously, it's a bit embarrassing. I mean...
I'm surprised Casper let you, to be honest. Really surprised.
Okay, I'm going now, because you're not making any sense. Okay? Ciao!
Yeah. Ciao.
And that's Davidoff.
Dad.
California.
I wouldn't even call him Dad.
Look,
he was my father.
Grab a coffee tomorrow before we head off. My flight's not till 3.
Yeah,
Have a chat, talk about next season. It'd be good for us. Well, think about it anyway. The offer stands.
You make it sound like a negotiation.
It always is with us, Callie. You let me know.
Alrighty, finished the season.
It was amazing. I'm not sure I've ever seen a race like that. I was wrong about Callie.
And how did you feel about the engine failure?
There's no such thing as the perfect car. The one that failed us was the same one that got us here in the first place. So, you've just got to drive the car you're in.
Well, everyone's an individual. Which means that everyone is, motivated a little differently. Take Devon as an example. He always responds well to having his ego brushed, to being told that he's the best. His greatest fear is failure, so it gives him further to fall, keeps him hungry. Callie, on the other hand, has an innate drive to prove people wrong. If someone tells her something's not possible, she'll do everything in her power to achieve it. A sort of stubborn determination that can be harnessed. And then there's Aiden. I mean, when he started in F1, people thought he was a nice guy. But he was incredibly ambitious. It's just what makes Aiden tick. Which is why I may have started a rumor or two about interest from other teams during his time at Connor Sport. To stoke that ambition. Keep his eyes on the horizon.
A lot of people might see that as manipulative, wouldn't you agree?
Yep.
Well, of course.
Yep.
Motivation is manipulation. It's the same thing.
Is it really?
Look, the end justifies the means. After all, it's just business.
Looking forward to next season?
Just let me at it.
Will you stay next season?
I've told Casper I'll stay if he does.
Do you still have a job after your run-in with Davidoff?
Well, we'll see.
We did it! We secured the funding. What a team!
And that's all that matters.
Right now, yes, that's all that matters.
Okay, so, we done? Yeah? Cool. Ciao.
So that is done. So what are we gonna do next? Let's try and do a team. See how we do on that. On the one I was doing before on my own. I've like worn out all the parts, and I'm only on like race 8 or 9 out of 23, I think it is. So yeah, we don't need to see all this. Alright, so let's do a career. Let's see what rewards ready to claim. Claim that. That is epic contracts. Okay. Okay, let's just do claim all. What's that? Pitcoin. Pitcoin can be used to purchase items from the store and purchase the VIP podium pass. How much is the podium pass? 9,000. Nah, screw that. I don't have the money for it. Alrighty, and so let's go back. Super license. I've got 10. Trophy cabinet. Can I add any more trophies in? Okay, it's already assigned. Alright. Let's see. Do I have anything in the mail? No. So let's do our own team then. So do career. Let's do a single player career. I know a friend wants to do a 2-player career. So we might set that up later, or maybe you can come. We can set it up tonight after the feed, after the stream, and then because I believe he's still in school. When he finishes school tomorrow, we can play until the end of the stream. So let's do a single player career. Let's go. Create new. Play as a driver, sign a contract with one of the official F1 teams, and fight your way to the top in the champions, or play as the owner and driver of your own team, design and manage your team and take them to the top. Well, see, I did my team, but I don't know if I'm able to do like my own colors as a own driver with the contract, because I like to use the trans colors. Let's see what else says. Driver career will play as a Formula 1 driver looking to drive for one of the official teams. You'll have the option of entering the F1 via the Formula 2 Championship, or may choose to skip straight to F1. My team career, you do not begin in F2. Instead, you play as a driver who owns their own team. You'll be able to create a team, customize its appearance, recruit sponsors, and engage with all of the team management options. What should I do? What should I do? Choices, choices, choices. Let's just do driver for now. Let's start in the F2. You'll play some or all of the F2 season before proceeding to F1. The F2 2022 season is representative of the 2022 championship and features the authentic teams and drivers who took part. Okay, let's start in F2. We'll do a full season. Use the recommended settings. This will use the default settings for career to provide balanced, authentic experience. Let's see what the customized settings are. Let's see. Assists. I don't want steering assist on. AI difficulty. Yeah, let's go for 25%. Practice format allows you to specify the number of practice sessions during the race. Single session off. Single session practice will be added to the weekend. No practice sessions will be added. Let's do the practice session. Qualifying format. 30 minutes to finish the fastest lap. Oh, do one shot. Race format. Contain settings that allow you to customize the structure of the race. Weekend. Sprint. Feature only. Practice 30 minutes. Race 5 laps. Race 25%, medium. Okay, let's do a short. Recovery mode, auto recovery. Auto recovery teleports you back onto the track should you exceed track limits. Flashbacks can allow you to resume driving from any point during an instant replay. This allows you to go back in time to correct mistakes. None. And DualShock wireless. Enable. Blah blah blah. Headlines. Back. Yeah. Okay. So we've done that. Confirm settings. Start career with selected options. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Driver career. Do you want an authentic experience capturing the challenges facing a real F1 driver? In Drive Career, you'll play as one of those drivers looking to secure a seat on one of the official F1 teams. Okay. Winning contracts. Being a driver will require you to work hard to impress the teams and ultimately earn contracts at teams better able to support you in your bid to win the Drivers' Championship.
First things first, let's create your driver.
Alrighty. Driver. Yep. Country, region, avatar. He's the only one with the beard that I like. That's more like me, I think. Yeah, let's go with that dude. Okay. Country, region, I am going Canada. Because I am Canadian. I was born there. Name Sammy. Last name initials Sam. My initials were Sam when I was female. They're now Sam as a male, and my first name is Samuel. So I love the name Sam. Audio name.
Ace.
I called myself old timer, so I'm going old timer because there's no Sam. So I'm gonna go old timer because I'm old. Iceman just reminds me of Top Gun. So does Maverick. Mr. Monaco. Old timer.
Old timer.
Alrighty. Number 84. The year I was born. Advance.
And now, let's focus on your driver's look.
Right, helmet and emotes. My helmet. That's a two-color. Let's see what that looks like. I like to do the trans colors. And then white. That don't look white, does it? That doesn't look very white. Maybe did that as white. Do that as the blue. And then do that as the pink. Doesn't really look that. I'll do it that way anyways. Apply. Alrighty. Back. Podium emotes. Let's see. Oh, I wish I could do that in real life. I'll do that one. Victory radio call. Woohoo!
Thank you. I need a moment. Easy! Woo-hoo! We did it! We did it!
Let's do yeehaw! Alrighty. Yeah, we'll do that one. Advance. Create career identity. Our dams. Well, let's go with dams because it's got Sam's in it. It looks like Sam's, so we'll go with that. Select a driver academy. Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull. Yeah, let's go with Mercedes. Alright, start career.
Great, that's everything we need. You can go back and edit anything we've done so far, and we'll come back here at the start of each season. But if you're ready to go, hit advance to head to Team HQ, and we can start our push to the top of Formula One.
Alrighty. Advance. Practice Bahrain, round 1 of 14. R&D upgrades. All R&D upgrades earned in the season will benefit the next season's car, unless they're lost due to something. Career driver moves, automatic and manual gears. Oh, that's just like things that popping up. Alright. Practice round.
Okay, mate, we've done millions of miles in the simulator pre-season, but this is where we get the real data from the real car on the real racetrack. So as many miles as you can get done consistently over these sessions, the happier we're going to be.
Alrighty. Let's see. Let's do race strategy. Soft is reserved, hard. Okay, so the only one I can do is hard. Okay, then. Flying lap. Alrighty. Let's see how I do.
Okay, give us some good, consistent laps, please. We're looking for good data that we can work into a race strategy.
Alrighty, I will try. Alrighty, let's see where we get to. I believe in race strategy, I need to stay on the race line as much as possible. So, the, when I was working at the Penn Center, and I was told I had to work all those hours because everybody went on strike, I was cleaning the bathrooms or the toilets with one of the ladies that worked the night shift, and I turn. Nope, I went off track there. Oops. After like the third toilet that I started cleaning, I just sat down on the toilet, and I just started crying because I could not move. I couldn't walk with my knees with how painful they were, and I just sat there crying. And the lady was like, "Oh, just go home. You've been here all day. Obviously you're in a lot of pain. Just go home. I'll deal with him." And then as I was about to leave, he came by. He walked past the women's toilets, and he was all, "I'm doing the men's toilets. Why can't you do the women?" Blah, blah, blah. And the lady was like, because she's in a lot of pain, like a lot of pain. And it was so bad. I couldn't even walk down to security to hand in my ID, and I think I had a radio at that time. I couldn't get down the stairs because there was a lot of stairs to get down to security. And somebody had seen one of the security guards had seen me sat there crying, and he took it down for me. So I was very thankful for that. I called my mom because I was taking the bus at that time, and I called my mom, and I said I don't think I can get to the bus stop and able to walk home because my knees are really bad. I seriously can't walk. They hurt so much. So she was going to get my father to come pick me up. She asked if I would be able to get outside, and I said, "Yeah, I'll slowly get there." So I got that. My father picked me up, and I was in absolute agony. And my mom was actually going to England, coming over here on holiday. I think it was the next day, and because my knees were hurting so bad, and she knows what it's like to have like really bad knees. I didn't even know I had arthritis at that time. She knows how bad pain is in your knees. She said that, woohoo, 50 or over, all right. She told me I could sleep on the couch that night, so I didn't have to go down the stairs in my with my knees the way they are. But for some reason, my father had a problem with me sleeping on the couch. He always had a problem with us not sleeping in our beds. Even when we had nightmares, like when you have nightmares as a kid, you want to go to bed, go sleep with your mom. Like sleep in bed with your mom so she could protect you. No, that wasn't allowed. My mom had to leave the bed and she would take us into the living room, and we would fall asleep on the couch, because there were times where I would have nightmares and I knew there was no point trying to wake her up, because I wouldn't be allowed to sleep. So I would just bring my blanket and pillow and sleep on the floor next to her without even waking her up. But yeah, I'm 20 by this time, and he said I wasn't allowed to sleep on the couch. And it's like, what the fuck? And my mom's like, no, she's in a lot of pain. I told her she could sleep up here. And what does my idiot father do? He picks me up, picks me up, so my knees are bending. So now I'm screaming in pain. He picks me up to take me downstairs. I am screaming in absolute agony because my knees are bent and I can't bend my knees. Woohoo! I'll keep trying to go for the 5 laps. And I'm absolutely screaming in pain. And my brother was on the phone to his girlfriend at the time, and his girlfriend was like, what the hell's going on over there? And my brother actually comes out of his room just as my father's coming down the last set of steps, and he says to my father, put her down, can't you hear her screaming in your ear? That's how much pain she's in, just put her down. And he refused to put me down. So my brother got really angry at my father, and he actually pushed him while she was on the stairs, and me and my father fell down the stairs. My father wasn't letting me go. He didn't let me go, so we fell down the stairs. And then he got up, still with me in his arms, crying out in pain, and he goes, picks me up, and he just drops me onto the bed and leaves. And I'm like sat there crying because I'm in like absolute agony. My mom comes down and she gives me some of her painkillers, and then she decides she had called my best friend's parents to see if she could keep an eye on how my father treats me. But apparently they were on my father's side. Anywho, I went to the doctors the next day because my knees were extremely swollen, still painful. Went to the doctors the next day. Well, this was a Saturday, so I think I waited until the Monday to go to the doctors because they were still quite swollen. And got x-rays done, and I get a phone call saying we've got the results back, you've got arthritis in your knees. And he says it's just mild arthritis right now, so the best thing you can do is try and lose some of the weight. And I was like, alright. I think I was like almost 200 pounds at that point. And I managed, this is always the hardest one. Yes, I know I exceeded lap limits. Fuck off. Yeah, so I managed to lose a lot of weight, down to 160 pounds, I think. But that manager, he was a right prick. He kept having me work past my work hours because he needs to get the area all up to like all up to the par because the contract's being bought out. And I was working till like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning trying to clean. And then he didn't like the fact that there was one time when I said I couldn't clean the inside of the garbage cans.
Okay, test complete, and that was a really good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that. Well done.
Yeah, so he didn't like that I said that I can't squat down and clean the inside of the cupboards where the garbage cans are. And there were a few things that I couldn't do also because like my knees would be playing up. Like I was 20 and I had arthritic knees. And then I was told by somebody that, like a colleague of mine, that he said I was a liability to the company because I had arthritis in my knees. And oh my God, I flipped. I had gone back, I clocked off, so I had gone back to his office to see if he was there to speak to him about it. And he wasn't there. And I kicked off in the staff room, punching the lockers, throwing chairs, screaming, yelling, and apparently you could hear it in the food court. And that Monday I had gone to work planning to quit because I didn't want to work for somebody who took advantage of me, where I was working over 12 hours a day because he needed to stay behind to help make sure everything's clean. I went in planning to quit, but he ended up firing me because of how I reacted to hearing that I was a liability. So that was July 2005 now, just before my 21st birthday. And I was not in a good headspace. So I didn't turn to drinking. I don't even think I had any weed in a long time. So I turned to sleeping pills. I was taking sleeping pills basically the minute I woke up. I took sleeping pills to go back to sleep, so I didn't have to live in this shitty world I was in, because I had my father on my ass, trying to look for, telling me I needed to look for more jobs. Yeah, I'm looking for jobs. It's not my fault they're not hiring me. I'm looking. I was like even going down to like the Canadian version of the job center, looking at jobs to see if there are any jobs, looking online, looking in newspapers. I was applying, and then it was about a week before my birthday. I was still quite addicted to the sleeping pills at that point. I was taking about 2 or 3 at a time now, like the Nitols. I was going, I think I could get a bottle of 30 over the counter. And I was taking 30 every 3 days. So I was taking about 10 sleeping pills a day. Sometimes more, I need to pit. I'm just racing and chatting, and I need to pit. Stupid me, I keep forgetting to pit. Well, I know what I can do. I can do that and go return to garage. There we go. And about a week before my birthday, Right, let's see where we go. Ensure below average tire wear within a single lap. Okay, we can do that. Track a climbing. Oh, yeah, I need to go through, like, these little thingy-majigs. So, yeah, we'll go with that. Go with hard and start. Flying lap. Hold on, let me have a drink first. Because I talk a lot, as you know. Pause. Alrighty. Yeah, so, about we'll say 10 days before my birthday.
Okay, your goal is to get through as many corner gates as quickly and precisely as possible. Remember to activate your DRS in the DRS zone as well.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, so about 10 days before my 21st birthday, when I was also doing I had to do my driving get my full license, absolute full license, because I had my G2. There we go. I had my G2, but I didn't have my own car at the time. Activate. There we go. And, so, yeah, so, I'd gone out with some friends, because, one of the friends, he decided he needed to go to rehab for his addictions, so, we decided to go out and spend like his last, I can't get across that, spend his last, night, with us, have a good drinking session beforehand, and no, I wasn't driving. I think a friend was, picked me up, and she wasn't drinking, and yeah, so we went out, and we had gone to the Wendy's that I worked at on Clifton Hill, and the guy that was going to rehab, he was actually an ex-boyfriend, and he had a cold sore on his lip. Average corner speed, okay. He had a cold sore on his lip, and when I think I had looked away or something, and he took a sip of my drink, and at the time I didn't think much of it because we had swapped saliva before, so didn't think much of it. And the week later, a few days after this day, we were all gonna go camping, not with the ex-boyfriend that was going to rehab, but we were all gonna go camping. The day before we were going camping, I had 2 job interviews at 2 different call centers. So I went to the job interviews, but I really wasn't feeling well that day. Like, seriously not feeling well at all. I was just feeling very exhausted, very sick, and I passed out on the couch, like, because I was so ill, and I was feeling really ill, and my mom, she walked by and she could feel the heat coming off me. My fever was really high, and I wasn't feeling well, and so we thought maybe I was just coming down with the flu or something. next morning I woke up with a massive sore throat. So I went to the doctor's, the walking clinic actually I went to. And the walking clinic told me that I had a throat infection and gave me antibiotics. Okay, yep, that's fine. So I go home, and my fever was getting higher and higher. And my mom's like, I don't think this is just a throat infection. I think there's something else going on. So she took me to the hospital. But the doctor had said, I see on your records that you literally just went to the walking clinic this morning. You need to give the antibiotics time to kick in. And my mom's like, I don't think this is like a throat infection. And the doctor's like, well, it's a really bad throat infection. It's alright, fine, whatever. And she takes me home. That night my fever gets so high that my mom and my sister, who had come down for my birthday, or was she, I don't know if she was still living up in Barrie at that time or not, but she had come over for my birthday the week later, or maybe she had just come over because she wanted to come over for the night, I don't know. Anyways, my mom and my sister decided that I needed to get my temperature down, and so they took off my clothes, kept me in my underwear.
Alright, that's the programme complete. There's some decent data, although far from optimal, and it could still be worth running it again.
Alrighty, yes sir. I'll try and fit next time if I can remember. So that they put me in the shower. They set me on the shower chair, and started spraying me down with. Got like the shower head and started spraying me down with cool water, and I had passed out. I didn't remember passing out, but I had passed out, and they had to get my father to come in and carry me into my mom's room to lay me down. And we were friends with our doctor, so my mom had called the doctor to ask what to do, because I think my fever at that point was 104. I know I'm exceeding the limits, you idiot. There, pit's on this side, I think, isn't it? Where's the pit? Oh, I missed the frickin' pit again, didn't I? Or did I? I don't know. No, I don't think I missed the pit yet. Okay, pit, where are you, pit? I'll... Just looking for the pit. Where are you, pit? Pit lane, box, where are you? Box, where are you? Yeah, I think I did miss the pit. Oh no, wait, pit's over here. There we go. Yeah, so called the doctor at home, I think 9, 10 o'clock at night, and explained what was going on, said that we had gone to the walking clinic, given out antibiotics, went to the hospital because my fever was getting higher, and he asked my mom to have a look at the back of my throat, see if there was any white spots at the back of my throat.
Quick look at the classification at the end of the session, then here are your top 3. Dragovich, Phipps, and Lawson.
Down to...
Thank you for joining us for free practice today. We'll be back with more...
Advance, alrighty. Qualifying, 1 shot. Okay, let's see. one-shot qualifying. Am I gonna do it? I don't know. We'll see. I always qualify shit, but then I always end up coming first in my other ones. Okay, car setup. Yeah, go for balance. Alright, go to track. And yeah, so the doctor told my mom to have a look at the back of my throat, see if there were any white spots there. And my mom said, yeah, it's not red, it's white back there. And he started fuming, because he said, I know what it is without even looking at her. How could two medical professionals miss this? She has mono. And he said that he was going to prescribe this, that, and the other for me. I needed to, like, take them all, like, alternating times. So, like, every 2 hours I had to take these pills. And they were, like, horse pills. So, and you've got a bad sore throat, and you're taking horse pills, it's gonna freaking kill your freaking throat, I swear to God. So, I had to keep taking them. But he was fuming. I got mono. And afterwards, when I Googled about it, because I seriously could not stay awake. I slept damn near 24 hours for like 10 days a week. I think it was like August 10th when I got it, August 11th, I don't know. And I was still sick on my 21st birthday, and all I wanted for my birthday dinner was soup and Jello, because that's all I can eat and swallow.
Fantastic, you've got pole position.
Oh, I got pole. Nice, my first pole.
The grid is all set for the race tomorrow, but before we go, let's quickly remind ourselves of our top three, which are Oldtimer, Daruvula, Jake Hughes. The grid is set then, so that just leaves the race itself. Join us tomorrow, where we'll be live with all the action, and until then, goodbye.
Alrighty, advance. How I do in the race. Team orders, trophy earned. Alrighty, 8 laps in this race.
Hello and welcome from the Bahrain International Circuit here in Sakhir. Down on the grid, the engineers are making their last checks, and today's race will be underway shortly.
It's 29 degrees. I would
Plenty of
literally be
opportunities around the
melting.
3.36 miles of the Bahrain International Circuit for these young F2 drivers to show what they can do. The best passing opportunity right up there at turn 1, and we should see plenty of action there. But there's another not long after at turn 4. There are 9 right-handers and 6 left-handers, and the possibility that we could see some flat spots at the tightest of those left-handers, that's turn 10. And here are the driver grid positions for today's race. Oldtimer lines up on pole position, with Jay and Daruvula alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Hughes, Lawson, Enzo Fittipaldi, and Drugovic, Novalak, Pourchaire, Williams, Marcus Armstrong,
Fittipaldi.
Vips,
That's-
Sato, Frederick Vesti, Ayumu Awasa.
Gotta be in
Caldera,
relation to the
Cordier,
Fittipaldis that
Boschon,
were
and
racing
Richard
back in the
Bashaw.
90s.
Calderon, Dewey,
I remember that name,
Howder,
Fittipaldi.
and Logan
Or was it
Sargent completes the
Philippaldi?
grid.
I
Now
don't
it's almost
know.
time to
I know
lights
one
out.
of them had a
So
really
let's
bad
get down to the
accident,
track.
and he had to stop racing.
Alongside me today, I'm delighted to welcome back to the commentary box the 2012 GP2 champion, Davide Valsecchi. There looks to be a challenging race ahead of the drivers today, Davide. With that in mind, what are you looking out for today?
Well, Alex, I want to see how the drivers at the back of the grid are going to roll up. They'll need to make an impact in the early stages, and they're probably hoping for a bit of luck at the start. We may see some bold maneuvers out there today.
Okay.
Okay, mate, so we got pole. That's in the bag. Now let's go and get the double with the race win. Come on.
Alright, car setup. Yeah, let's go with that one. Increase. I'll stay with balanced. Okay, start race. Alright, see how I do in these 8 laps. See if I can keep pole. Yeah, so on my birthday all I wanted was soup and jello because that's all I could swallow. But I found out that I got mono because of that ex-boyfriend taking a sip from my drink when he had a cold sore. Because from then on, I started getting cold sores too. Because mono, which you guys call over here glandular fever, is a form of the cold sore herpes strain or whatever. So yeah, it wasn't fun. And I slept the entire... And also, my father was such a dick. He was expecting me to still look for jobs whilst I was feeling like dying from mono. Like, I could barely keep my eyes open long enough to look for a job, but he was like, you need to still look for a job. And I'm like, would you do that if you were this sick? And my mom was like, she's resting. She's sick. Give her a freaking... But nope. He actually gave me his laptop to look for jobs on. And so I did look for jobs, and I got a job at a call center. And that was the last job I had before I moved over here. And yeah, mental health-wise, I started drinking a lot of, not drinking, but started smoking a lot of weed. With a few work colleagues at the company, and so I got to the point where I was smoking weed every day. But that was just because I guess I just wanted to numb everything I was feeling mental health wise. Like I didn't talk about my mental health. I just dealt with it. I didn't talk to anybody about it. Because I didn't think anybody would understand or anybody would care. I just didn't. And then I met the ex-wife and moved over here in 2008. And I wish I hadn't met her. I really wish I hadn't met her and got married. Because she was my father in female form, controlling me, and I had attempted to take my life a number of times whilst I was with her, with the medication I was on. It got to the point, and with my arthritic knees, they were getting really bad, like really bad. And I couldn't work. I had to look for a sit-down job. Because within a month of moving here, I had a job at McDonald's because I was always working. And it was hard for me to not be able to work, not be able to help provide for whatever. And because I had moved from Canada and I only had my high school diploma and because I didn't go to university, it was very hard to get a job. I was looking at a job in HR, and also because the ex-wife was working over 38 hours, I think it was, a week. Because she was working over, I think, 38 hours a week. And because I didn't pay any tax in the year 2007 to 2008, which was the year I wasn't here. I moved over in 2008, and I paid tax in, and I paid emergency tax in when I got a second job, which I hated, but I had it. It was cold calling people to see if they wanted a holiday at Pontins. But I had a second job and I was working, but I got fired because I wasn't selling, and by that time I'd already quit McDonald's.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done.
So I would, and my knees were bad because when they x-rayed my knees in 2008, they said that it was severe to, I had moderate to severe osteoarthritis in my knees. I tried going to physio for it. That did nothing. I'd seen a specialist for it in 2009, and he had ended up, he had taken x-rays and he said that I literally had no cartilage in my knees whatsoever.
Gap to your teammate behind is 35.5 seconds.
So he gave me the option of having keyhole surgery to see which knee is the worst, and then replacing that knee and then replacing the other knee. Well, he said that I had no cartilage, and he wanted to try out giving me these shots in both knees once a week for 3 weeks, and then wait another 3 weeks for it to see if it works, in the hopes that it connects to some cartilage to help build more cartilage up. But when I went back 6 weeks later, he said there was no improvement. If anything, it made the knees worse. And this was 2009, where I literally was only 25. I was 25 and being told I needed a knee replacement. But he gave me the option of doing the surgery or trying physio, and that's when I tried physio again. They tried acupuncture to help with the pain. Then that wasn't working. I didn't want a knee replacement at 25 because my mom had a knee replacement at 36 and it failed, where she can't even bend her knee. So I didn't want that to happen to me, so I was scared of having a knee replacement, especially at 25. So I tried everything else, and then I started going to the pain clinic in Ainsdale, just outside of where I lived up in Southport. And I was given patches for my knees, like lidocaine patches. And it just felt weird, my knees feeling numb. And then they tried Butrans patches, which I was against at first, because they said it was morphine, and I refused to take morphine daily. I don't want morphine, because if I were to have knee surgery, that's what they give you, and if my body gets used to things pretty fast. So if I'm already taking morphine, the morphine that they can give me at the hospital ain't going to do F all for the pain.
Okay, be careful. We think you're going to start losing some tyre grip anytime now.
Okie dokie. We did talk about pit. About pitting. Yeah, so they said it was like a form of morphine, and I was like, well, no. So this was about weeks, I think, literally weeks before the marriage ended. So the ex-wife had come in, and she and the medication nurse managed to persuade me to start on the Butrans patches. But it was, I believe, end of 2009 or somewhere in 2010 where I had tried to kill myself again. And I think I was pretty damn close with that one. It was the closest I'd been in the various suicidal attempts I've had. And I texted the then wife and told her that I'd taken an overdose. So, see you later. And she stayed at work. Didn't do anything. Stayed at work. During the night, I just felt so weird. I didn't throw up, but I felt incredibly weird. Like, it felt like my limbs were, like, crashing about, but I was just laying there. And then I saw somebody in, like, a light blue dress stand up on the table at the bottom of the bed, like she was coming for me. And then next thing I know, it was morning, and the ex-wife had come home, and she had come in to check if I was still alive, woke me up, and yes, I was still alive, and she was pissed off at me. How could you do this to me, blah, blah, blah. Not asking how I was doing. Maybe she thought I was lying, I don't know, I don't care. So she started controlling the medication that I was taking. She was already controlling it by telling me I'm not allowed to take it. Like, if we were out at the pub and I was in pain and it had been like a couple minutes to 4 hours, I would ask if I could take, I had to ask if I could take my medication. So I would ask if I could take a couple Cocodamols. And she was like, no, because it's not 4 hours. I'm like, it's 4 hours and a couple minutes. What's a couple minutes going to do? No, you have to wait. And she would make me wait till after 4 hours have passed to take some more. But even though it says take them every 4 hours. Yeah, she controlled them. But after my suicide attempt, she got a box and kept them in the trunk of her car. So I wasn't allowed to take anything unless she was awake.
Final lap, push.
Very controlling. And then when our marriage had split, when she decided to leave me, I was very depressed and suicidal, and I would actually, damn it, pause, the TV's gonna turn off, there we go. I think it was on her birthday that I tried to kill myself. I'd found some alcohol, found some alcohol, and I tried taking an overdose. And for every hour that I didn't feel the effects of my medication, I would take more. Because she was out celebrating her birthday, so and stuff. So I didn't care. She didn't want me to go out celebrating with her because we're not together anymore. So one more lap. I think so. Yeah, so for every hour that I didn't feel the effects of my medication kicking in, even though I was down in alcohol with it, I would take another dose of my meds, and all it did was just make me feel ill. But yeah, I thought I was in love with her, because that was why I was married. I thought I was in love with her. But just turns out I was just controlled by a narcissist,
fantastic drive.
just
That's
like my
just
father.
fantastic. Amazing. You deserved that race win. Well done, mate.
Woohoo! Driver of the day.
Here they are then, coming into Parc Fermé. What an excellent win for the Dams team. Davide, what do you think made the difference here?
The difference was in the strategy. Credit to the driver for sure. But races like this really drive home how much of a team sport this is. They did a lot of work on the pit wall to really make the most of each stint and to make the best use of the tires. But that said, all of that would have been for nothing without a talented hand on the wheel.
Dams, another team with a huge amount of history based right in the heart of motorsport near Le Mans in France, have once again shown their formidable abilities out on the track with yet another win today.
Alrighty. Advance.
After this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. Old Timer increases their championship lead. And now, Davide Valsecchi, let me ask you, who is your driver of the day?
I have to give it to Old Timer.
And here's how things are shaping up in the Teams Championship. Dams move to the top of the table. And after all that excitement, I think it's time for a lie down. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you when Formula 2 returns.
Time for a lie down. Alrighty. Advance. And results 26 points. And 26 points. Okay. Standings. At the top, and Dams is at the top. Nice. Advance. Go to the next session, which practice. Okay. Oh. It's almost 6 o'clock, so that means I will have 2 hours of streaming, because I'm streaming until 8. So I'm going to take a quick break now. Take my meds and see if my mom wants any food for dinner, and I'll have my dinner later. So yes, I'll take a quick break now, because I'm streaming until 8 and it's almost 6. So let's say, give me about 20 minutes, maybe? Okay, so just gonna mute, and I'll see you in about 20 minutes, which will say about 10 past 6. Alrighty, let's turn off the mic and all that, so you don't hear me. Hello, I'm back. Hello, it's me, your F2 driver. Alrighty, so go to the next session. This is different from doing like my team because I have to like go through all the upgrades and this, that, and the other, so it's different. It just goes straight into the next race. Okay, so next session, practice. Going to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia. I bet it's hot there. I don't do well in heat. I sweat buckets when it's 18 degrees. People are like, oh, it's so cold. It's 12 degrees and I'm in a tank top. With no heat on. Alrighty, let's see. Session info. Alright. I'll do the race strategy on medium. Okay, start flying lap. Let's see how I do on this one. And before I had like practice in like, I had 3 practices of qualifying and a race in my team, so I could completely practice.
Okay, we need a few solid laps here to help us calculate a good race strategy.
Alrighty, let's see. See how I do. I don't think there's that many sharp turns on this one. We'll see. Clean lap, clean sector, racing line. Ugh, okay, I'm not on the racing line. And then for every thing that you complete, it goes towards your R&D, so interesting. It's different from my team, which is cool. Trying something new and you're watching me as I try it new. Missed racing line there. And off track again. Well, I got a booze. Clean sector. So yeah, I was, where was I? Talking about, trying to kill myself after me and the ex broke up. Yeah, me and the ex broke up. I was living with her until I could find a place. Then she ended up moving the same day I was moving into a place above the pub that we frequented. She used to live there before, and she actually got her old room back. She was in a room above the pub. But yeah, after we moved, I got relentlessly bullied by people at the pub that that was the ex-wife's regular, and turned into my regular because it was the only place I knew and I trusted the people there. But yeah, a bunch of them, they started bullying me relentlessly because I was being very open about how depressed and upset I was because I thought I was in love. And yeah, I was getting bullied relentlessly, being told I was only staying in England because of the free healthcare. But in Ontario, the healthcare is free also. And the people that were bullying me, one was the co-owner of the pub and her best friend, and then some other people that I guess were just kissing the co-owner's ass and pretending to be friends with her or whatever, but I didn't have them on Facebook, but they were bullying me online, at the pub, and it really affected my mental health like you wouldn't believe. And then I found out that they had actually made a Facebook page saying, let's get Sharna, my previous name, back to Canada. And they were saying some really nasty stuff. Somebody at the pub was added onto this Facebook group about me, and he did not agree with it one bit. And when I was at the pub one time and I was outside having a fag, he decided to show me on his phone the group and what they were saying. And the ex-wife was on that group too. And then this lady, she became friends with the ex-wife, and she was making out like they were together. She had cancer. Apparently she said that the ex-wife said that I shouldn't be able to play on the darts team because it's her pub and she's playing on it, and if I wanted to play darts, I have to go elsewhere. So that's what I did. I found another pub because I thought she was telling me I couldn't play. Turns out, found out, I think later that year, I think the end of that year, I was down at my mom's for Christmas, so it might be the end of that year. 2011 maybe. I'm trying to think. No, because 2012 I had my first knee replacement. I think I was still on the pub I played for team until my first knee replacement in January 2012. So it must have been December 2012 where we found out. Yeah, because they were bullying me when I went to the pub after, like a month or two after my knee replacement. Like, I had gone out the back because she was in the pub, the ex-wife, along with the bullies and this lady who was saying this and that, and apparently she had form for trying to break people up. And the ex didn't know that until something happened and she was barred from being at the pub during somebody's birthday that she had tried to break up. I don't remember the ins and outs of it. But yeah, I just had my knee replacement, and I had gone out the back to have a smoke because everybody else was out front having a smoke. But they had seen me go out the back to have a smoke, and they locked the door. They closed the door on me, and there's that door, you can only open it from the inside. There's no handle on it to unlock it. And the gate to the car park at the side of the pub, that was locked. So I was literally screwed. And I think I ended up having to climb over this big gate and come into the front of the pub. And as soon as I walked in, they all started laughing at me. And I was pissed. And I said, ha ha ha, very funny, act your effing age. But yeah, massively, sorry, I just farted there. I don't know if you heard it. Massively bullied by these people because of my mental health. And after I'd moved, I'd gone to the pub. like a month or so later, I just felt like having a drink. I just got paid, so I had, I think it was like a Friday or Saturday night. I had gone out, and they, I had called the co-owner a bully on Facebook because she was a bully, and because I called her because I called her a bully on Facebook, she refused to serve me. These people kept coming up to me telling me that I wasn't welcome there in the pub and all that stuff. There was somebody who had just started behind the pub, behind the bar. He served me when I went in, and then when I went up to get another drink, he said that he's been told he's not allowed to serve me or he would be fired. I mean, how childish is that? But it really affected me, so I decided I was going to stay until I wanted to go. I was planning on leaving.
Program complete and a job well done. We got some excellent data with that run, so come on back to the garage and I can take you through the numbers.
I was planning on staying until I had to get the last bus back, which was like 10:30, but I thought, fuck you, I'm staying. So I stayed and got a taxi back home, but the entire time they were all like, oh, you need to go. One guy thought turning off the TV in what they called the snug would get me to go home. I wasn't there to watch the TV. I was on my phone the whole time, so that wasn't going to get me to go home. Somebody that I've known since I moved over, he came up to ask how I was doing. Saw I didn't have a drink there, and he's like, "Are you leaving soon?" And I said, "No." He said, "Do you want a drink?" I said, they're not serving me. They said they can't serve me, or they're not serving me because I called her a bully. So he was like, "That's effing childish. I'll buy you an effing drink." So he went up to the bar, bought his drink, and his wife's drink, and was just buying me a lemonade. I wasn't gonna have alcohol. He was just buying me a lemonade, and it was the co-owner, and said, "Is that for Sharna?" "Yeah." "And what's it to you?" "Well, if I'm not serving her, so if this drink is for her, and you buy it, you're barred." And so he didn't want to be barred that night. I think there was like a celebration going on between him and his wife, so he didn't want to be barred. So he came up and he says, "I'm really sorry, but she threatened to bar me if I bought you a drink." And on the way home in the taxi, from the minute I sat down in the taxi in the back, I just bawled. I cried the entire way home because it was awful being bullied because I'm being open about my mental health, and that affects your mental health. It was, and they were older than me. They were like my age now, like in their 30s or 40s, and they were bullying me. I mean, how pathetic. So I could just picture her being like one of those mean girls at school, thinking she's cool, being cruel to people. No, it's not cool to be cruel or to bully anybody. It's not. Just be nice, because if it were you, you wouldn't like it. So, but yeah, that I tried to kill myself in 2011 on her birthday, the ex-wife's birthday. That didn't work. And then 2011, I had gone over to Canada. I just got my PIP, DLA, whatever you want to call it, and had back pay. So I was going to Canada with my mom who was going to my brother's wedding. And then there was a big fight. I don't know why we got into a fight, but a big physical fight between me and my sister. I think I was planning on staying for the weekend, and we got into a physical fight, and she kicked me out. And then I got home from Canada, and I got a message from her. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to pit, aren't I? Where's the pit? I think I've lost power and petrol. I can't go. I'm stuck in third. What the hell's going on? Did I lose petrol? It says caution. I don't know why there's a caution and I'm stuck at this speed. I keep forgetting to pit, don't I? I think I may have lost fuel, maybe. I don't know what happened. This never happened to me before. Because I'm talking so much about mental health, I'm not paying attention to anything. Yeah, I know. I'll just return to garage. 10 minutes left. Let's try fuel management. Start. Unsuitable tires cannot achieve the required number of laps to complete the program. Okay. Alright, whatever. Flying. Yeah, so sister and I got into a fight. She kicked me out. The person I was staying with.
We're testing fuel management here, so try to lift and coast going into the corners. Don't be too aggressive on the power, but remember, you still have to beat the minimum lap time.
Person I was staying with, I tried calling her and she wouldn't answer, so I ended up calling another friend and stayed over there. And the friend I was staying with, she didn't answer for 2 days. We were supposed to be going out, and she didn't answer. I think she was pissed off because I said I wanted to spend the weekends with my sister so I could see my niece and nephews. I mean, I paid for my ticket, and I was just staying with her, and she just wouldn't answer. So, it's like, whatever. Like, petty. I'm not friends with her anymore. To do with another mental health issue. Lots of mental health issues I have. And yeah, when I got back from Canada, I had a bad day because I had actually lost my house keys whilst in Canada. So I had to go back home, leave all my luggage at the front door, and get a bus to the estate agent, get a bus and get a spare set of keys. Crazy. But yeah, my sister had messaged me whilst I was doing that, and she was on one of her nasty moods and said some really nasty stuff to me. And poor fuel saving. Oops. Alright, let's see if I can do it better then. And then that night, I tried to kill myself again. And my mom kept calling and kept calling. The next day, no answer, and then she said, because I just didn't want to deal with anybody, my mental health was shit, I didn't achieve my goal of trying to kill myself, so I didn't want to deal with anybody, and she said, I didn't know, she'd left a message saying if I don't hear from you in the next 15 minutes, I'm calling the cops for a welfare check. Next thing I know, I'm waking up to the cops banging on my door to see if I'm okay. And then the day after that, I had to go to, like, the job center, I think in Waterloo, I think it was, for my ESA, some ESA thing. So, wasn't all that great. That was 2012 or 2011. 2012 and 2013, beginning of the year. I guess you could say I was alright. Just used to not just used to not talking to anybody about it, especially since I was being bullied over being open about it. My dog wants up. 1 second. Alright, come on then. Up you go. Alright, what? Alright, are you gonna lay down? What? Come on. What do you want? You want to sit there? Okay then. Dogs, they're like kids, aren't they? So now I'm playing with she's doing her usual circle thingy, where they circle around before they lay down, find the best comfortable position. But yeah, I was used to not talking to anybody, especially like if I was open about it and I was getting bullied for it. I decided not to talk to many people about it, unless they were like really good friends. And even then they didn't like it. And then I had my second knee replacement, June 2013. And then I had to move in with my mom, and we moved into a bungalow, and my mental health just went to shit, and they just kept going on and on and on about how I'm not, because we moved in with, her best friend had moved in too, and they were going on and on and on about how I was doing nothing, which I was, and how I wasn't showering, and oh, I really stink, I need to shower. But I have an issue with showering because of what had happened when I was a child. Those of you who knows. Well, I wasn't a child, I was a teenager. Because of what had happened, I have a fear of showering. And
okay, that's the test over, but I'm afraid we didn't get what we needed. We're going to have to run it again.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, it was... that was when my mom's then best friend, sister, had said to my mom, do you think she might be depressed? Is there a reason why? And she's like, I didn't really notice. And so when they got home, my mom asked if I could be depressed because I had stopped taking my antidepressants. Hey, just loading up. Alright, yeah, sure, let me, just trying to, I'll pit this car. I'll box, and then we can sort out how to do a team together. So that would be cool. Alright, let me box wherever the boxing situation is, wherever the pit is. I've just been chatting and driving in the practice. Okay, the pit's here, I think. Is it? Yes, it is. So, back into the pits. 20-second last, woohoo! We could do the same team if you want.
An interesting practice session there then. Let's remind...
And we can compete against each other. So, do the menu. Quit to main menu. Okay. Okie dokie. Cause I have no idea what I'm doing in that 2-team thing, so we'll see what we can do. And you'll probably beat my butt. So, do I have to go into that, or do you set it up and send me something, like a request to play with or something like that? Okie dokie. That would be best, because that you've done it with your friend. Easy-ish, medium. Let's go medium-ish. Give me a challenge. Okie dokie. Yeah, give me a bit of a challenge, because I'm on my team. I'm going from like last to first, so it's pretty easy. I'm just rolling myself a fag whilst it's getting all set up. I'm on the roll-ups. until next week. I think next week we get paid. A week today. Alright, sent the invite. Alright, let's see. Incoming. That's locked. That's my online fans invites. No, let me see if it's in the home invite thing. Let's see. No, don't see anything there. Let's try refreshing again. Which one are you on there? Whichever team you want to. I'm all good. Trying to see. Don't see a request. Am I missing something? Hold on, let me see if... 'cause I think I appear offline. Let me see if that might be the issue. No, I'm on my own. I don't know what I'm doing. Just come through. Alright, let me search again. Let me go back. Unread mail, maybe? There we go, okay. Accept invitation. It was in the mail. Alrighty. So... what do I do now? Let's see. There we go, current games. So, me and you, do I have to go into that? Ah, there we go. Oh, okay, create my driver.
First things first, let's create your driver.
Alrighty. Go with... That's more looking like my beard. Canada, obviously, duh. Back. Audio name, I go Old Timer. Because I'm old. I look it too. With the bald head. Old Timer. Back. Number. I do 84. Back. Alright, and advance.
And now, let's focus on your driver's look.
Alrighty, helmet. Let's go with that one. Change the color. I like the trans colors. And apply. Okay. Podium emotes. Go with that one. Yeehaw. And advance.
Great,
okay.
That's everything we need. You can go back and edit anything we've done so far, and we'll come back here at the start of each season. But if you're ready to go, hit advance to head to Team HQ, and we can start our push to the top of Formula One.
Alrighty, let's go. Cannot join session. Join cancelled. Okay. Yeah, 2-player Korea. Doing that one. Okay, sent another invite. Okay. Accept. Or do I have to go to the mailbox to accept the invite? Let me try going to my mailbox. Yeah. Accept. Could not join because the invite has been taken by a different player. Okay. Technical difficulties. Yeah. Doing that. Accept. Let's see if this works. Nope, join cancelled. Okay. Am I doing something wrong? I delete that mail. I've got the new mail, yep. Okay. Accept invitation because the invite is being taken by a different player. Oh, I always have technical difficulties. That's what I'm calling it, technical difficulties. Because we've got the current game with that one. Alfa Romeo. Accept. Okay, I've got it then. Okay, we'll try again. Joining, see if that works. Not working. Accepting again. Fingers crossed. I wonder if it won't let me join because it won't maybe allow me to stream to play, but it should be able to. Because you see people playing together all the time on streams. Yeah, yeah, no, that's what I I'm sure it's my end somewhere, because there's always technical difficulties with me. Okay, let's... Okay, go into it again. Crossplay enabled, yep. Should I do accept again? Trying to accept again. And congrats on the awards too, though. The award that you won for the referee. I bet your mom's really proud, and your dad. And the older siblings. No, not working. Let me see if I've got crossplay, toggle you. Okay. Yeah, crossplay is enabled, invite notifications enabled, disabled, enabled, yeah. Enabled. Usage layering. Alright, so let me try it then. So, create a new career then. Let's see. Set. Would it be co-op or contracts? Co-op. Okie dokie. Do full season. The recommended invite friend. select.
First things first. Let's create your driver.
Alright. Give me driver. Audio name old timer. Okay, driver number 84. Okay,
and now let's focus on your driver's look.
Helmet. Let's go with that color. Change. Alrighty, apply. Back. Emote. Use another emote. Yeehaw. Because that sounds North American. Advanced. Team select. And we were going for, was it McLaren you went for? Or was it, you got Red Bull, Aston Martin. Oh, no, you went for the Alfa Romeo. I remember that.
Great,
okay.
That's everything we need. We can go
red and black,
anything we've
favorite
done
colors.
So far, and we'll come back here at the start of each season. But if you're ready to go...
Alright, advance. Okay. Invitation sent to join the two-player career game. Okay. Fingers crossed this works. Yeah, I'm going to be in Manchester when England play on the 27th, and I wanted to stay during the day and join in watching it in the pub, but my mom's like, no, I want to go back home. I was like, dude, no, like, it would be cool to watch it with everybody else. No, we'll watch it at home. I was like, oh, fine. Because when the Euros start, my mom and I have a competition to see who can guess who's going to win. We watch every single match, and we try and guess who's going to win. And every time, my mom always wins. It's like always by like a point or two, and I don't know how she does it. But we're allowed to change up until just before kickoff. And sometimes she changes it and goes, nah, I'm going to go with this team. And it's like, damn it. Because if we choose the same team, we both get the same amount of points. And she does that all the time, and it's like annoying. But yeah, I have to go through the list I've done to see who I want to win. But yeah, England's playing on the 27th when I'm in Manchester. But it'd be awesome to see England play with a lot of people on the TV screens. So, maybe another time. Okay. Let's try. Two-player. Going with that one again. That one. I think it was that one. Oh, you're in? So it's not me. It's me Oh. Hopefully it works. Come on, join, join, join. I'm bowing down to the F1 gods. Join, join, join. And you've grown, you're taller than me now. I was like, dude, Keen ain't no kid no more. When I saw you on Saturday, I was like, you're taller than me. But what's new? Everybody's taller than me. My best friend's youngest, he's 11 in August, and he's almost as tall as me, too. So 11-year-olds are taller than me. Yeah, exactly. I say I'm 5'1", but I think I'm more 5 foot. But I go by what it says on my license, because when I was 16, I was going to get my license, so I was in the DV, like the licensing place. I think it's the MTO. They call it back in Canada, and I was really tired because I was stressing out the night before and having nightmares because I failed my test. And they asked me how tall I am, and I was thinking of saying, oh, about 5 foot. But I was looking at the clock behind her, and I looked at the number 6. And I said about 6 foot. And she looked at me and she's like, really? 6 foot? I'm not even 6 foot. I think, trying to see if it's this one that, okay. Now we're in, I think I just joined into something. Let me go in and accept that invitation that I just got, which would be not there. There. Join. See if that join. Oh, the invitation can no longer be used. Okay. Let me go back in then. Okay. Let me cancel and go back. Join cancel. Trying to figure out which one it was. That says replace players. Oh, I'll invite you to a Grand Prix thing, and then we can do a series of races. Okay. I think it might be that one that we're trying to join with. Let's see if that works. Oh, you think it was the second one? Okay, because the other one was saying something like replace. This one was saying replace player, and the other one wasn't. So I wasn't sure if this meant that you were in that one, like this one I'm joining, or not. We'll wait and see if it joined. Well, here, I'll go back. Okay. Okay. There's one with the green. So we'll go to the green one, the second one. Okay. See if that works. Let's bow to the F1 gods to let us join. Bow. 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 Fingers crossed. Joining. Come on, join. Because I saw people sitting on a couch and then this screen came up, so I don't know what's going on. And I drive like I drove in Sheffield, almost killing everybody. Knock him out the race. That's how I get up there. No. Join cancelled. I have no idea what the hell's going on. Oh, there's an invite up there. I believe. Has accepted your invitation. Okay. Friends, unread notifications. Added EA friend. Alrighty. Hopefully that would work too. Might work. Okay. Let's try one more then. And it was this second one you said. Joining session. Yeah, F24 apparently came out today. 70 quid. I could have a 5-hour trial on the EA Sports thing or whatever. But I'm like, maybe I'll wait and get it for my birthday in 2 2 months. Save up for it. I don't know, I don't think it's working. Nope. Join cancelled. Because that one says replace player, and that one says abandon game. Alright, let's go to the invite. Has invited to play, select, accept. See if that works. Nope, failed to join the session. I think the game's frozen on me. It's not letting me do select. Alright, go back in, select. Come on, why aren't you working for me? I think the game froze on me. Alright, let me try closing the game down because it froze on me.